and I'm going to try to get there a little bit early. Maybe meet some people, try to do some interviews. So yeah, thanks for tuning in. It's going to be a fun stream this morning. Stream this morning is sponsored by Fire and Ice Grid. You can find out all about them at fireandicegrid.net. Get yourself a free avatar. Feel free to say hello in the Twitch chat. Good morning, or as the case may be, wherever you are in the world, afternoon, good evening. It's morning where I am, central Mexico. It's a beautiful day here in central Mexico, very sunny. Looks like it's going to be a great day, nice and warm. Does get kind of cool at night, a little chilly, but definitely nothing like those Toronto winters that I escaped when I moved down here. For those just tuning in, this is Malcor Rex. The show is called Glitch in the Matrix. And today we're going to be covering a protest over at AviWorlds Grid. Doesn't start for a while. I started the stream early because I wanted to make sure I had all the sound working and everything. We got the sun coming up now. We can see a sunrise happening. I'm here on Fire and Ice Grid. This is my home grid, and this show is sponsored by Fire and Ice Grid, so you can check them out at fireandicegrid.net. Get yourself a free avatar. Maybe come join the protest. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be a good morning, interesting morning. And we're going to talk about protest and dissent in general in the metaverse, how that works, what that means, maybe interview some of the protesters, find out what their grievances are, why they're protesting. I think it's very interesting, you know. I mean, we have so many things in real life that are appearing in virtual reality, and protest is one of them, you know. In fact, we're going to talk about the first protest that I know of that ever occurred in virtual reality, 2011. And I brought up some video of that protest and whatnot. It's of special interest if you're an EVE Online, if you're one of my peeps who comes to the Twitch for the EVE streams, the EVE Online streams, because to my knowledge,
is growing. This is the club to be. Okay, what did I do here? Not right, I guess. Here we go. Here's the other Kenny Wayne I promised y'all.
I can't help about the shape I'm in. I can't sing, I ain't pretty, and my legs are thin. Don't ask me what I think of you. I might not give the answer that you want me to.
I wonder if that's the cops, man. It is. It's like an NPC, though, I think. It's like the cops. The cops are at the protest already.
Now when I talk to God, I think I'll understand. He said, stick by me and I'll be your guiding hand. Don't ask me what I think of you. I might not give the answer that you want, bitch.
It's cool. There's a cop car in the background, too. Like a cop car over there. The flashing lights. It's fucking cool, man. I mean, what's a protest without the fuzz, right?
find a better way. Just how long have I got to wait? Just how long have I got to wait? With my brother in my
Here we go. A glitch in the matrix.
well, I can't come late, no. No, I can't come late. It's been so long on this heavy day. And the air is blue, but I'll wait for you. Oh, I'll wait for you. Well, it can't come late, no. No, it can't come late. I've been waiting so long on this heavy day. And the air is so blue that I'll wait for you. Oh, I'll wait for you. But I try too hard when the road is narrow, and I try too long around tomorrow. Can't come late, gonna be too late on this heavy
Hey, hey, glad to see everybody out there. We got some guest speakers up next, followed by DJ Jazzy at 10. Then we've got some great singers coming on. Dan comes on and sings at 11. Rogue comes on at 12. And at 1, Blind Boink. Don't miss these great artists we've got coming. DJ Sly's set is thinning out. Only got one song to leave you with this morning. Y'all take care. See y'all next time. Here's some Peter Frampton, Going Down Slow. Y'all have a great day.
If I don't get well no more, I have had my fun. If I don't get well no more, you know my health is not fading, and I'm going down slow. My mother and tell her the shape I'm in. Please write my mother, tell her the shape I'm in. Tell her to pray for me, forgive me for all my sins. Tell her to don't send me no doctor. The doctor can do me no good. Tell her to don't send me no doctor, 'cause he can do me no good. Tell her it's all my fault. I didn't do the things I should. On that next strange sound, look for me to come home.
Some cat there giving me a hard time over streaming. I'm like, hey, I'm the press, man. You gonna shut down the media? You're gonna shut down the free press? I don't think so. Not gonna happen. But I did turn my in-game voice off. I guess they were bothered by that. But I'm gonna turn it back on. I want to try to get one of the protesters, take him aside and interview him. Bye. So, welcome to the stream, guys. This is Glitch in the Matrix. Special broadcast. I'm live at a protest that's due to begin in about 3 minutes. I guess there's going to be some speakers. You can see some of the protest signs. Those are protest signs on top of the people's heads. And you can grab them. Like you can, there are signs that you can grab. And like, they'll float on top of your head. So, yeah. And then you can see the signs around. There's one there, the stop sign, stop the usurpers. Caution, truth ahead. You see, there's other ones that are spread out all over the place. The grid is definitely under some strain. There appears to be a lot of people here on the grid. There was an event, I guess like sort of a party or whatever going on before the event. You heard the DJ talking about it. And it's really cool. They like put out some NPC Like they got like NPC cop car, they got a media van over there. You can see here in the distance, there's like a media van with a little reporter NPC. And then over here on the corner, you can't see it, but back here there's a cop car
Going
with
down
like blinking
slow,
lights and a cop
aren't
standing
we
there.
all?
What's a protest,
Hey,
right, without the cops? You know what I mean?
Cindy's moving
So
to
it's
the
pretty cool.
stage
They've done a
outside.
really great job with
I'll
this
see
event,
y'all
man.
there.
Other than
Thanks
the
so
fact
much
that the
for
grid
coming.
is definitely under some strain from the amount of people that are here. So you can see some more. There's a protest sign over there. That one kind of resolved. We can go take a look at it. Whoops. I'm going to bookmark this region. This is quite the hopping little region. It's a club called Gasworks on the AviWorlds Grid. Quite the hopping little place. See, there's a lot of lag on the grid. And my hair is white, which it is in real life, actually. I mean, that's actually the color of my real life hair, but it's not supposed to be the color of my avatar hair, which is black. Member-owned groups, not yours to govern. And that kind of really gets to the heart of how I understand the protest and what the purpose of the protest is. I shot a link on Twitter. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's twitter.com/Malcor Rex. And I shot a link, and I'll show the article, and we'll talk some about the article. But that's kind of what the protest is about. Is this one grid owner has been acting sort of tyrannical about sort of what do you call member-owned groups, advertising. I guess it primarily is affecting performers, people who perform and DJ and sing in OpenSim. And so they kind of are protesting the fact that this one grid where a lot of them live, they have groups for their fans. And when they advertise, sometimes the show isn't always on that grid, it's on another grid. And so this grid owner has been shutting that down because she doesn't want people advertising events that are outside of her grid, which kind of goes against the whole idea of an open metaverse, of an open hypergrid. It really cuts to the heart of that, which is that, people can travel to different grids, people can participate in different events around the metaverse and move freely. And so it does seem like a sort of an important sort of protest, an important sort of concept to protest, which is one of the reasons I came out here to stream it. So thanks for tuning in this morning, everybody. Appreciate it. Feel free to say hello in the chat. I'm going to listen to the speakers, and then I'm going to try to get some protesters to talk to me. So I'm here at the protest. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'm unable to get the sound. There's actually speakers speaking on the podium, but I can't hear them. And there's a lot of people on this grid. I think somebody said there's like 45 people on this grid. So the grid is definitely having problems with the protests, but a lot of people turning out. I've been watching the local chat. The actual owner of the grid that people are protesting was in the local chat just a minute ago, and she really got shouted down in the local chat. And I guess they just threw her off the grid. They just banned her. So that was kind of interesting to watch on the local chat, and you can kind of see the local chat scrolling here on the right side. But what I've been completely unable to get the sound to go. So, but there was some speakers speaking about the protest and whatnot. Definitely a lot of people showing up for this. I mean, this is a huge gathering for OpenSim. Huge gathering for OpenSim. So, and I saw some people from my own grid, Fire and Ice Grid. So I'm trying to move and get closer to the stage, but it's like if you're one of my EVE Online peeps, it's sort of like being in a big battle. It's like tie-dye, you know what I mean? It's like some serious lag going on here. So, but yeah, I'm gonna turn the voice back on and see if I can hear the people. So, I'm unable to get the sound to work. The region is really lagging. I just reached out. The owner of the grid is right here. That's her. Somewhere around here. She's right behind me, but I managed to DM her and offer her an opportunity to give an interview back at my home region. So that would be interesting. I mean, she's the lady, as far as I'm aware, she's the lady everybody here is protesting. So that would be interesting if we could get her back to my home. Oh, see, she just said I'll have to think about it. Cataplexia. She's the owner. All right, so I'll DM her back here.
The group was simply deleted, and it had over 200 members in it, including many hypergrid members, and they were simply wiped out. They were gone. Again, there was no warning, and there was nobody said, hey, we don't like you sending notices. They just simply deleted it. At that point, I kind of just retreated back here to AviWorlds, and I continued to watch as friends, people I knew, other people ran into similar problems. There were bannings, there were regions shut down, there were a lot of people facing the same hardships, and then I heard that that pressure was being put on other people. I'll name Rogue here as one, that she was not allowed to use her group to advertise events that were not on AMV Grid. But last I checked, I thought that AMV was a hypergrid enabled grid, and theoretically that means people could go elsewhere for entertainment, for shopping, to visit, and they were free to come and go. But really, it's kind of like a Hotel California situation. You're always welcome to come, but you can never leave. So anyway, I do support everyone else who has had similar situations. We don't agree with them, and we wish that they would lighten up and stop. However, we're here to have a little fun today too, and we've got some great entertainment lined up. It'll be coming up as we go on. We've got DJ Jazzy. We've got Dan Sings. We'll have Rogue Galaxy, and then we'll have the introduction of Blind Boink. He'll be doing some authentic blues for us. And so stay tuned. Great stuff coming up. And with that, I'll turn the mic back over to Rogue.
So we actually did get a little bit of a speech there. The sound is really, really working for shit. And you can see that the grid is really lagging. I mean, there's people that their avatars have been trying to resolve as they come into the grid for like forever. Their little clouds. Here we have over here. If I can get the hover over, where is she? I think this one. No. But the owner of the owner that's being protested against is here. I just had her somewhere in the crowd here. There she is. So that's the owner of the grid, Cataplexia Numbers, at alternatemetaverse.com. So she's the owner that's being protested, and I invited her to do an interview, to come back to my home region, because we can't possibly do an interview here in this environment. I'm estimating there's at least 50 people on the grid in this general vicinity. There's tons of people behind me. I'm actually stuck on Big Purple Dude. I can't move. I don't know if he's got me in a headlock or what the fuck, but I'm more or less stuck on him until I depart the protest. But the speakers are up here on the stage. We have the owner of AviWorlds, which is where this protest is being taking place. There's the owner of AviWorlds, Josh Bohm. So he's the owner of the world, the grid that we are in right now for the protest. And this is the owner of the grid that's being protested. This is the woman they're all protesting right here, Cataplexia. So it was good of her to show up. We offered her a chance to come on the show and give her side. What I'm going to do now is try to reach out. And I'm going to try this guy. I'm going to try to get somebody from my own grid, Fire and Ice, to come back to the home grid and give an interview about the protest. So, but it's really laggy, so that's going to take a minute. All right, so I'm going to try to hear the voice again. I think there's still speakers speaking, but I haven't had much luck at doing that yet. So,
all right, if you guys can hear me, go ahead and hit those ones. All right, fantastic. So I want to start this off by saying that no hypergrid should ever tell a resident what they are allowed and what they are not allowed to do. This is hypergrid, where you are to have the freedom to explore and be who you are. You should never be a burden to just one area. If you want a grid like that, you need to go private. And if that's what Kat and Cliff decide that they want to do, by all means, let them. Now, I would never take a voice from someone. That is your greatest gift. Anyone who ever wants to be heard should be heard. Like Rogue here, she stood up for herself, and I'm very proud of her for that. Now, on a closing note, because I don't really have much to say, because everyone else here kind of already said everything, thank God. I just want everybody to know that here at AviWorlds, we will never tell you or restrict you of anything. The only thing that we ask for is don't go out and grief. Just just have common sense, in other words. So on that, I'm going to hand this back over to Rogue.
Okay, so I guess I'm back in here on Local Voice. Is there anybody? I invite Kawhi. I invite DJ Jazzy. Princess Gotti. Anybody else that would like to say anything? If you would, please come up. Yes, you can, Jazzy. Yes, you can. Please come up. I thought we were going to run out of time. But Pride and Josh kept theirs limited. Come on up here, Jazzy. And Kauai, honey, if you were here, I would give you a virtual hug. Double click this stage, Jazzy. You're free with the mic. Your go.
Okay, how's everyone doing today? Just give me a bunch of ones in the chat if you can hear me. Okay. I myself was a DJ for Kat, and I worked as an event planner, and I also worked as a club owner for her, and it was the worst experience of my life. I was treated so unfairly. I was told that I couldn't go work for other places. Can you guys still hear me? Her. I had also had land from her, and I myself was treated pretty badly. I was always told that I could never go DJ anywhere else because it was a conflict of interest on their half, because if I went to go work somewhere else, they feel like I would be promoting someone else's grid, and they never wanted me to promote anyone else's grids. As a child, and I was treated very unfairly. I feel as though she kept a lot of things from a lot of people, and she treated my sisters and myself very unfairly. And for the short amount of time that I was there for, it was the worst experience ever. I had wished I had done more homework trying to figure out which grid I wanted to go to, but I went to her grid because I thought.
I think Jazzy crashed. We'll let her continue if she gets back. Otherwise, Kauai, would you like to say a few words? Please pop up on the stage and do so.
Yeah, Kauai is, oh, she's coming up. Good. There you go, Kauai. It's all yours.
First of all, I'm going to wait for Jazzy to come back so she gets her chance, and then I'll have a think and see if I want to tell my story. If you can hear me.
Thank you, Kauai. We hear you, yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I hope Jazzy gets back. Jazzy is going to kick off the entertainment with an hour DJing service. I want to thank everybody for coming out and showing your support, and to allowing us to tell you our side of the story. It's greatly appreciated.
There's a lot of hurt around, and we have to remember that.
There is.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
that's why I'm afraid, because I don't know if I'm going to keep it together because my story is so personal. I don't know.
Everybody's story is personal. Everyone.
Yeah, I know.
You're not alone, sweetheart.
No, you're not alone. You have all of us beside you.
Yeah, you do. And you know something? Those of us that have come from AMV, and some of us, you know, still get hassles every now and again. I think I got banned today. I think finally my AMV Avi has been banned. Never mind, But you know something? We're a family here on AviWorlds, and that's something I've found out, that there's always, if you're going through something, there's always someone you can go to. whether that's been Rogue or it's been Jazzy or
Blue. Yep.
Blue. Yeah, Blue. Bless his heart, Blue. Even helping illusions change. You know, Luna, everyone. You know, that's something. There's always someone around who's there and can help you out. Even if you're having a right old shite day and you just want to let off steam, there's someone around that you can do that with. Now, if you was to do that over in AMV, you know what? That would get back. And you'd be hauled up with in front of the headmistress and the collared cliff, and you know, you'd be told off. But I'm like Marmite. You either love me or hate me, and there's not a lot in between. But remember that everyone is here to just, you know, just let off some steam in a way as well, to show you that there is life outside AMV, and we can move on from what happened to us there. And a lot of us have been spread over all the grids. I've lost some good friends that I'm still slowly catching up with because
Stevie, I totally agree with you. It's almost like you can breathe and relax once again. It is amazingly refreshing to have grid owners who actually are concerned, and very much invested into their residents. So I'm very happy here. So happy, in fact, that I think I'm going to get myself a couple of regions.
Oh, get you!
Yeah.
Get you! I'll come and fly around your region as a dragon then.
Okay.
I think Jazzy's had a hard crash.
Yeah,
so,
I think so.
I think she did, yeah.
Yeah.
Kauai, if you want us something, we will stand beside you. I will
That's
come
right.
stand beside you right now. Bonnie, you want to come up? Gotti, Princess Gotti, would you like to come up? Susan, let's surround her and make sure she knows that she's not alone.
She'll never be
There we
alone.
go.
She always has somebody.
That's right. There you go,
ahead.
Jazz. Or
Go ahead, Kauai.
Kauai. We're with you, sweetheart.
Kauai, you okay?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay. Take your time, honey.
Cry. Tell it as you told it to me. As you said it to me. Just say it as if you're speaking to one of us face to face. And ignore everyone else that's in the room.
I think they did her so emotional that she is
very
so
emotional.
dirty. Yeah,
Yep.
they did her so dirty she's emotional, and I don't think she can get it out.
And that's fine. It's hard when people hurt you like that.
Yeah, it is. It is.
You know, Cry, you could put it on a note card if that would be easier. And then
just read off of it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
if that's easier.
Or even copy and paste what you told us in Facebook.
Yeah, but she got all my comments took down, so I can't.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Oh. Can I growl now? Is it illegal to blow Avi's up? Is it? I'm not sure if that's illegal or not.
Well, they blew me up a couple of times. Yeah, possible.
Yeah. I think I've hit you with a hammer a few times.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. But we'll let Kauai have a few minutes, and we'll have somebody else speak, probably. Rogue.
Yes. There's nobody else. Everybody else spoke, so we're just waiting for Jazzy, DJ Jazzy to get back.
I think my partner wants to say some because he has a story too. So
Okay, let's bring him up here.
Come on up, Abaddon.
I'll leave the stage so he can have some.
Okay.
I'll move back and let Abaddon take over the mic.
Hey, it's
I can't see anything yet. Nothing raised yet.
Abaddon?
Yeah, well, I have a big story actually to say about the people at AMV. Yeah, where are you? I can't see anything
yeah,
yet.
it's so many people you can't see.
Hello, everyone.
Hello,
Yeah.
Abaddon. Welcome. Just stick to the facts, Abaddon.
Well, the facts are these people are hypocrites and they're liars, both of them. One of them is pedophile, actually, because he actually tried to have sex with a kid, and he knew actually the age of it. And not only that,
he tried
but
to have sex with me. I was
yes,
16, and he was pushing it onto me. And Kat was like, she knew about this because I used to go
she
to
knew.
her and tell her.
Yes, and she actually covered for him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the bad part about it. So it's like she makes him, that makes her as bad as him actually. And not only that, besides that, I mean, she's like she's a liar. Me and Uni, we were together for a while now. She's been going around telling people that I was abusing her the moment that I was not, of course, doing anything like that. So she's just a pathetic liar, trying to do, in her ways, many things. According to what she wants to do.
If it's not her way, she makes lies and she goes around and she
exactly
just says things that are not true.
Not only that, but she even covered for. She actually asked Kawai here, Uni, to lie to her best friend, actually, Princess. I don't know if Princess is here.
Yes, this is funny because she messaged Princess and she said Kawai knew about Clifford, but I was trying to get. It's not even my place to tell Princess that it was Steve, but anyway, I knew anyway, so.
So they're just hypocrites, actually. Yeah, they do everything for money. Actually, money and power. This is what makes the world go round. Actually, for a while now. So they're no different actually than that. It's basically when it comes to that. So this is like the whole general idea, actually, in a very, very few. Words. There are a lot more details into that because how they accused me of doing something that I could not, and somebody actually was trying, to script. I was holding something and they banned me for not doing anything because I was not doing anything. It was actually a bug in the program, and I even contacted Ubit for it. He corrected the problem, and these people found this issue. It was okay. Let me give you more details actually to understand this better. How these they banned actually, how they use things and they ban you, even though they know that it's probably. I suspect that even they're behind it. I don't have nothing to prove that, but I suspect that because the scripts were off, and the only one that can trigger that was like probably the admins in there because I was holding something that if anybody right clicks anybody but me, right clicks on it, it triggers a script that runs in there. And since the scripts were disabled at that moment in the grid, somebody was right-clicking on it, besides me because I get the properties of the item, so I cannot right-click on it and trigger it. So everybody else could do it, probably with administration rights, and they were the ones that probably did it, or somebody from their staff anyway, the admin staff, or somebody there. Okay, all right. Somebody stepping on my keyboard, yes. All right. So this is to get you another idea. Anyway, this is like, a small details of what is going on. There are scripts actually, and there are note cards with just about everything that proof how they do. Anyway, that's about it. You asked me to be as short as possible, so I don't know, Uni, if you have to add anything to it.
Well, yeah, I do. I just think, Kat manipulated me for so many years. She told my personal health issues to people behind my back. They would come to me and say they found this stuff out. And,
She even invited you. She even invited you because we had an argument with Kat. I had an argument with Kat. This is how it started because we didn't agree on something. And she even invited her, knowing her issues, her health issues that could cause her a problem. She gets upset. She has an issue that happens that she knew about her issue, and yet she called it in there and it made her upset, for that reason. So actually called herself a mother too, because of that.
She wants everyone to defend her, and if something doesn't go her way, then
Sorry about that, folks. We had a actual power interruption here at my house. The electricity went on and then back off again, off and then back on again. Attempt to make my way back to the protest.
To be on OS Grid, who used to be my partner. And all the while, I'm standing there thinking this woman is a friend. She really wasn't. And it all boils down to trust. You cannot trust them, period. And that's all I'm going to say about it, because I don't like talking about it too much. I like to just leave it alone, but I want my voice to be heard, that she isn't fooling anyone. She just messaged me while I was here and told me the only reason why she told me was because she cared about me, and that Kawhi knew the whole time. So she's literally putting the blame on Kawhi for not telling me.
She'll never blame herself.
And all I got to say to that is no more. I will no longer go back there. I will no longer be friends with her. I will no longer even support her in any way, shape, or form. Thank you. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you, Princess.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
I just
all
want to
right,
say one
DJ
thing.
Jazzy, the floor is yours, darling.
Go ahead, Bonnie. You said you wanted to say one thing.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing of a message I just got from Kat. He said, this is hatred and lies. I said to her, you brought this on yourself. And she said, I didn't. I said, you did, or we wouldn't be here. That's all I have to say.
This is the biggest lie ever.
All right, guys. Thank you so much for sharing
Thanks,
your
guys.
stories and letting us know.
I would like to thank. On that note, I would like to thank each and every one of you for sharing your stories, and know that you have our support.
Thank you, Pride. DJ Jazzy, can you message me your stream, please? I just want to say one more thing. Thank you to AviWorlds and to Gasworks for allowing us to have our demonstration and our peaceful protest here today. Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. I feel liberated and I feel free. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming, everyone. All right, here's DJ Jazzy coming right up. Toggle. Dropping voice.
Okay, thanks for coming back, everybody. I'm sorry the stream dropped earlier. I had a little power interruption here at my house, so I had to start everything back up again. We are live. I am live right now at a protest. It's at the Gasworks, which is a big club and entertainment center on the AviWorlds Grid in OpenSim. And we just got done hearing a bunch of speakers. Some of them were, wow, I mean, really emotional. We heard from one young girl wow, about, sort of abuse and whatnot. The protest is all against this one woman. She actually stood here throughout most of the protest. I think she's probably even still here, probably behind me now. I managed to move a little bit closer to the stage. As you can see, there's a huge amount of lag. I estimate there was over 50 people on grid during the height of the protest, during the speakers and everything. I guess they're going to do some entertainment now. People can probably hear music and stuff like that going on. But so if you're an EVE Online player, like if you're one of my EVE Online peeps, this is kind of like, this is tie-dye, right? the grid is overloaded. But it was a good protest. We heard some speakers. I'm going to be able to edit it up and get some of the speakers. One of them was very, very emotional speaker. Kawaii, there's her right now. Kawaii Unicorn. She just came up in the local chat. You can see in the bottom left hand space here where she just spoke up. And Princess Gaudi, I think we heard her speak as well. So we heard Kawaii's friend or partner. I'm trying to arrange an interview, but I'm just having zero luck here. Damn, so much for that. All right, we're gonna try again. We'll try again. Just keep asking people. That's cool. We get the dance music back anyway. The protest has kind of devolved now into a. It looks like I'm getting some luck, getting some interviews. So I really want to get this one girl, Kawaii. I mean, her story was so moving. It was so incredible. So hopefully she'll say yes. But it looks like Jazzy, I think I heard Jazzy speak too. Jazzy was one of the speakers on the stage. So it's looking good, like we can get some interviews. It was quite something. I'll edit this up and put it on YouTube for later. I'll take out all the dead space and stuff, and just get the speakers and whatnot, the important stuff. But it's been a very cool stream. I mean, we had a lot of technical problems. The lag on this grid is just incredible. I estimate there was well north of 50 people at the protest, when at the peak of it, when the speakers were speaking and stuff. And we got to hear a few of them at least. That's cool. A lot of problem with the sound.
Down, fuck up the system, make it shut down. I'm cold with this, slow man down like freezer. When a backstab like freezer, take death like Caesar. Always come through with a beat, all to do a lot of trouble me. Visionary still want tunnel me. Me the unit that was chuckle me. Never use views when they're aiming at a prophet. I make them pain to you nothing. Remember what I said when I pussy tried moving with the ox. I bat with the blocks, nigga. Why you gotta go and let me down like that? Hey, down like that.
So I'm talking now in the chat to the speaker who was the most moving speaker out of all the speakers we heard. Out of all the speakers that we heard, she was the most moving, and I think she's going to agree to talk to me about her story. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We're live at a protest at the Gasworks Entertainment sort of center in AviWorlds Grid. And when we get to my home grid and start maybe getting ready for these interviews, I'll show you the article in the Metaverse, the online magazine for the Metaverse that talks about this protest and why it's happening. But I mean, this was not a few people. I mean, just the speakers, there was a good half a dozen speakers who had some very, very serious, deep stories to tell. And in fairness, we offered the owner of the grid that they're protesting, the person they're protesting actually came to the protest. And I got to give her credit for that, because she stood there and took it on the chin throughout the entire protest. And I reached out to her. She was actually at one point standing right in front of me. And I reached out to her and offered her a chance to come on the show as well and give her side of the story. She said she would think about it, which I'm just sort of taking as a no, because, I'm live right now on the stream, so... Oh, I think Jazzy's the DJ right now, so we're maybe not going to get Jazzy. Alright, I'm going to go check on my doggies real quick, but I think we're going to be able to get some protester interviews. I really want to get Kauai. Kauai, if you're tuned in, if you just tuned in, thank you so much, and I really want to get your story out there. So, anyway, everybody, this is Malcor Rex. I'm live at the protest here in AviWorlds Grid in the OpenSim Metaverse. an incredibly interesting event, all sorts of things to explore about this. The idea of dissent in the virtual world, what that means. So I'm going to go check on my dogs, though, find out why they're going crazy. I'll be back in just a second. Maybe make another coffee.
I want to stop. We can't.
In the hereafter, I've never seen one like you. You're a knife, sharp and deadly, and it's me that you cut into. But I don't mind. In fact, I like it. Though I'm terrified, I'm turned on, I'm scared of you. Oh, she's a monster, beautiful monster, beautiful monster. But I don't mind. Oh, and I need her. Said I need her. Beautiful monster. But I don't mind. Oh, no, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't no, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't no, I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. In her eyes, it's love and fire. And my heart.
Hey, yeah, so the protest went really well. There's a lot of issues, Solar. It's sort of like, hold on a second, I gotta go get my coffee and shut my dogs up. I'll give you an update, just wait a second, okay? Thanks everybody for tuning in. We're still live and we're working on getting some good interviews.
Playing with my heart. And she's playing with
Somehow I got trapped in the fucking stage. I don't even know how I got in here. Thank you everybody for tuning in so much. I somehow got in the stage area, and I'm not even really sure how that happened. It's very laggy here on the grid. There's a lot of people. Maybe if I turn around, I can show you how many people there are. I hope they don't get mad at me for being in the secure area here. I somehow jumped the fence. There. So now you get an idea. It was well over 50 people here when the speakers were speaking. Thank everybody so much for tuning in. Solar, hang tough. I'm going to give you guys all an update in just a second. I'm just going to go grab my coffee real quick. I've been streaming now for a couple of hours. And we just got a yes, a thumbs up for an interview with Kawaii Unicorn. She was one of the speakers on the stage during the protest, and her story was so moving that I cried. I, honest to God, I cried. Hold on, I got another one. Oh, hey, we've got somebody in chat from the protest. Hi, Pride. I'm just going to stick with Pride. Pride. Oh, I see. Pride Vice Abby. Okay, Pride Vice Abby. Thank you for the follow, Pride. And yeah, over 50 avatars. That's what I was counting too. Thank you for the verification on that. Don't mind Solar Blue. He's one of my regulars from my EVE streams, and if you know anything about EVE Online, all of us that play EVE Online are crazy. So he's loco. He's Chico Loco. Don't mind him. He's cool though. He's a good cat. Thank you so much for coming by, Pride. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're trying to get some interviews now.
Coming up next, I know that Cliff is a personal favorite of this. It's going to be Womanizer Britney.
And I'm talking with some folks at the protest. Hello, JP Collection. JP Collection JP. Josh, you were one of the speakers. Hey, Josh. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for coming by, man. Thank you. Wow, we're starting to get some protesters popping in the stream. That's great. Josh is the grid owner of AviWorlds. I pointed him out, like on the stream. I'm going to archive this, guys, on YouTube. I'm going to clean it up because there was a lot of technical difficulties, a lot of lag, and a lot of problems with the audio. But I'm going to edit it up and put it on my YouTube. You guys can see my YouTube channel is right below the Twitch stream. You got the two little social media links on the right-hand side. There's my Twitter and my YouTube. So later on this evening, when I edit it all up and make it look nice, I'm going to put it up on my YouTube channel. Thank you guys so much. So Josh, I'd love to get an interview with you, Josh. But the region is so... Wow, I'm in the middle of the stage too. I'm sorry, Josh, about being in the middle of the stage. I don't even know how I got here. I'm like literally in the secure area. I somehow managed to jump the fence, and I'm not even sure how the fuck that happened, Josh. But I'm in a I'm gonna claim journalistic privilege here, okay? I'm inside the secure fence because I'm a journalist, right? And also because I have no fucking idea how I even got in the fence, and I have no idea how to get out of the fence. So, but thank you, wow, the owner of AviWorlds Grid, guys, Josh, in the chat room, man. That is so fucking cool, dude. Thank you so much for coming by. I want to get interviews with you guys, man. But I want to go to my home region to do the interviews because it's just too laggy here to do it. I got a nice home in Fire and Ice. Yeah, I'm getting about 1 frame per second, and I'm streaming on a laptop too. Yeah, I want to do the interview, Josh, with you, and I want to get Kawaii. I've got Jazzy on tap, but I guess she's the DJ right now, right? Do we still got music? Yeah, I still got music. That's cool. So Jazzy's the DJ. She's kind of out for the second. Bonnie Parker has offered as well. I really want to get Kawaii. That story of hers made me fucking cry, dude. I swear to God. When I came to this protest, I thought it would be cool, and I would get to discuss with my viewers, the implications of protest in the metaverse and stuff like that. But I didn't think I would be shedding tears, dude. I, honest to God, did not think that I would be fucking crying. And her story made me fucking cry, dude. So what I want to do is, can we go back to anybody who wants to do an interview with me? Can we go back to my home region? I've got my own region on Fire and Ice Grid. A nice house there and everything. And actually, guys, just so you know, this broadcast is sponsored by Fire and Ice Grid. They donate my region, my home region, to me so that I can have a studio to broadcast from and do shows at. And so if you want to find out more, you can get a free avatar at fireandicegrid.net. And I thank them for their sponsorship of this show. Well, I'll come back live. If I'm not still live, Josh, I'll come back live because I want to edit this all together anyway for YouTube. So I'll do whatever I got to do. I'll stay live as long as I can this afternoon and wait for you. But if I'm not, maybe we can connect up. Can we friend up? Can you friend me up on the in game so that we can connect and talk? How about you, Pride? Can you do an interview? Are you a protester, Pride? I really want to talk to people. I want to get the grievances out there, the stories. That was just so amazing, man, listening to the stories. Oh, hell, I can wait 30 minutes, dude. I'll stream all afternoon to get this content. I'll wait. I'll be here. I'll be live streaming. Pride, I really want to get interviews, man. I want to get you on camera. Can we go back to my home region?
I'm the bad guy. Duh.
Okay, guys, we're going to work this. Thank you, Josh, by the way. Thank you so much. And thank you for hosting this protest, by the way. Thank you for letting these people gather in your space to protest. That lady, oh, here we go. I got Pride. Thank you, Pride. I'm accepting now. I'm hearing all. This is great. Do I still got the music? Yeah, I still got the music. Yeah, I just friended Pride up, Josh. He just reached out to me. I'm gonna stay live with this, guys. I think that this really has huge amounts of implications. I want to talk about it. I've got a whole bunch of stuff on my browser to show. I want to do a discussion later on. I just want to talk with my viewers about the implications of just protest in general in the metaverse. I mean, what does this mean that, we're now protesting essentially our governments, right? I mean, in virtual reality. And the lady who is the one you guys were all protesting, she was standing right in front of me, guys. Right? I was literally like right behind her during the speakers. And I reached out to her, Cataplexia, I guess is her name. Put our residents first. We will support them in their endeavors. We'll do an interview with you later. I am here for the protest, entertainers, residents, and visitors. Yeah, me too. Talking about road. People are free to do what they want. We do not restrict users and what they do. Well, you see, this is what struck me. I subscribe to, the way I found out about the protest, guys, is from Metaverse, this article right here. So in this location right here is how I found out. I subscribed to them on Twitter, right? And so like last night, this article came out about the protest. And when I read about it, now I've been involved in OpenSim for about 10 years or so. So I'm very familiar. Oh, what the hell happened here? We're having issues. So I found out in the Metaverse magazine anyway about the protest, and I decided I'm absolutely going to come because, I mean, it defies, just the way it was described, it defies the whole idea, the whole concept of the open hypergrid. And I was actually involved in OpenSim before there was hypergrid. Hold on, just 1 second. So, I'm aware of the idea that, there was a time when there was no hypergrid, and it was a huge miracle when hypergrid was released, on OpenSim, and we could connect all the grids together. And to me, that was a real miracle that really it set the tone and the philosophy for OpenSim, really. It set the whole idea. It set the whole idea of what the open metaverse was going to be when hypergrid was introduced, and I was around when that actually happened. And so when I read the article about what what the protesters were saying anyway was going on this grid, Cataplexia, shutting down all of the groups that were trying to advertise their events on other grids and stuff like that, and then everything that was involved in the stories, it really moved me to want to come here and do the live stream. And so, but the stories, I didn't expect the stories. The speakers were, I just wish I could have got more of them. I had so much problem with the sound. But I got Kawai's speaking, and I got a couple of others. I think I got Rogue speaking, and a bunch of people speaking. So it's not my CPU, dude. It's because there's a lot of people on this grid. I promise you, it's not my computer. When we go back to my home region, it'll be fine because there's nobody there. Thank you everybody for tuning in. This is Malcor Rex. This is my Metaverse show called Glitch in the Matrix. And I am here live at a protest in the Metaverse, guys. And a protest that really is important. I mean, I didn't know what to expect when I came here, but I have to tell you that this is the real deal. This is a real protest, and it's important issues that are being brought forward here, and important things that are being protested. And I can't thank everybody enough for coming by. Thank you, Josh Bone, the owner of AviWorlds, who's hosting the protest here today. He's in the chat. He's at the dentist too. Oh my God, you know what I mean? And he's like hanging out with us. 72 avatars, guys. 72 avatars. I think that short of some of the events that I've done at the OpenSim conference, the Open Simulator conference, the annual conference, I think short of that, that's the most people I've ever seen on a grid. I think I've seen a few more than that at some of the OS conference events over the years, but I don't believe I've ever seen that many on a private grid for a private event. So I think that pretty much breaks my own personal record. I'm sure there have been more. I'm not saying it's like an all-time record. It's my personal record for being on a grid with that many people. Thank you so much. If you guys are tuned in and you're also in my private chat, I'm sorry, I have a hard time multitasking. So I've got Bonnie Parker here, who's a protester hanging out, and I'm going to read some of the stuff that she said in the chat. We'd like to get her in person for an interview too. So Bonnie, if you're tuned into the stream, I really want to interview you about this stuff. But she says that my story, I was manager of AMV. That's the grid that people are protesting. My story is not about this demonstration, but we all have a story. We are all pushed out or banned for wrong reasons. So, and that was kind of the theme of what I was hearing from all of the speakers. I mean, there were speakers who were, the primary thing of the protest was the performers. The people who are DJs and who are live performers were setting up groups on this grid. They had their homes on this grid. Okay, so they were vested in this grid AMV, and they were putting out groups for their fans because they were performers. Okay, and they were getting shut down. They were getting these groups shut down because not all of their events that they were performing at were on this grid, this AMV grid. If they had an event that was on another grid and they pushed that out to their fans through their group, their private group, which is what the groups are for, okay, then they got banned for doing that by the owner of the AMV grid, which goes contrary to the whole idea of an open metaverse, an open hypergrid, and whatnot. So that's kind of what prompted the protest. But the stories that I heard went beyond that. They went into ideas of abusiveness, abuse of authority, and some of them, like Kawai's story, bordered on real life abuse, frankly. And I really want to get her on the show at some point and hear her story, because it really went beyond the business of the hypergrid, and it began to touch on, actual real life abuse. And that's really kind of beyond the pale, really. So I want to get her story. And I want to say to all the new people who just tuned in, I offered Cataplexia, the owner. She was standing right in front of me throughout the whole protest. She was standing right in front of me. And I tapped on her and I DM'd her and I offered her a chance to come on the show and say her side of it. And she more or less politely declined. I mean, she said she'd think about it, but it's a live show. So that kind of means no, right? I mean, it's a show in progress and you say, I'm going to think about it. So she never got back to me. And it was early in the protest when I offered her. So, in all fairness, I just want to say, and I'm going to keep saying throughout the show, I did offer Cataplexia the opportunity. I have to give her credit for standing there in the middle of the protest and taking it on the chin. I have to wonder what her motive was for that, whether it was to sort of be, a good trooper, if you will, or whether it was to try to intimidate the speakers. Because I noticed that Kauai especially was very intimidated. And I think the intimidation, she didn't want to come right out and say it, but I think the intimidation was Cataplexia standing there in the middle of the crowd. So, I really don't know how much credit she's due for that, but she did take it on the chin. She did stand there during the protests, and I offered her a chance to come on and give her side of the story, and she more or less declined. So, thank everybody for tuning in. We're going to get these interviews together. We're going to try to go off to my home region and do them. I appreciate you guys so much. Especially the Josh Bone, the owner, coming by. Hi, MEO. This is OpenSim, and for those who aren't familiar, because I do a lot of streaming for a bunch of games, so I've got a lot of viewers. So MEO, what OpenSim is, the easiest way I can explain it is a reversed engineered open source version of Second Life. That's probably the most succinct way to describe it. And the protocol is exactly the same. So like this viewer that I'm using now, Firestorm, I can use that viewer to also log into Second Life as well. So it's a reverse engineered open source version of Second Life protocol. So if you're familiar with Second Life, this is the open source version. This is the rebel version. These are the rebels. These are the people who rebel against Second Life. AviWorlds.com. Advertise. Feel free, guys. Anybody can drop links. I appreciate that. I want everybody to advertise. AviWorlds.com. That's their grid. And then I also want to give a plug to our sponsor, Fire and Ice Grid. You can find them at fireandicegrid.net. And you can find out about that grid. They sponsored this show by giving us a free home region to set up my studio, and so we can do talk shows and events and stuff. I'm going to go check on my doggies, guys. I'll be right back, and then I'm going to get with some of these people in the DMs here, the IMs, to try to arrange these interviews. Everybody stick around. It's a great stream, guys. This is really amazing, and it has huge implications. I mean, people are protesting in virtual reality, and we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about what it means to dissent in virtual reality. I mean, I've got all kinds of things I want to explore with this, and we're going to hear these people's stories because they were very moving stories. So don't go away, guys. I'm just going to go check on my dogs because they're going nuts.
There's a lot of positive things to be learned and to teach each other and to learn from each other. But I was taught up to believe in the golden rule, and that is to treat other people the way that you yourself would like to be treated. And that works in real life, and it works in virtual lives too. So let's just kind of press that point and keep it positive, but stay firm, and let's stand up for the right thing. And that's always a good thing, no matter where you are. All right, and in that vein, I'm going to start off because of where we are. I think I'm going to start off with this song here. It's called Dancing in the Street. Call it out around the world. Are you ready for a brand new beat? Summer's here and the time is right for dancing in the street, dancing in Chicago, down in New Orleans, in New York City.
Ready and back. Go ahead, please explain. Say anything you want to say, Pride. Say anything you want to say. Yes, you can kill people, Solar. Solar is a fan of mine from EVE Online, so don't mind him, Pride. He's a little bit loco, but he's a good cat, man, and he's one of my EVE Online viewers. Pride, yes, you can. You can. Solar, yes, you can kill people, but they don't. It's a lot like EVE Online. You just respawn at your home. You end up going home. And it's only in places where people have it turned on. Like in my home region, I've got damage turned on because I like to shoot people who are annoying, right? So I've got damage turned on. So I could theoretically, on my home region, I could shoot you, and if I shot you enough times and in the right places, your avatar would fall down. You would respawn in your home region, and then you'd have to come back to wherever you're at. So it's a lot like EVE Online that way. Like if you die in EVE, right, you respawn in your medical clone wherever your home is, wherever your home station is. So it works kind of the same way. And yes, and like Pride is saying, not every region has damage turned on. Like I can't shoot somebody at the protest here. Okay? I mean, I could shoot them, but it wouldn't do any damage to them, right? So they wouldn't die. You can't die in this region. But if you've got the combat and the damage turned on in that region, you can. So if that kind, and then also read what Pride is saying, because she's probably better explaining it than I am. So it really depends on the region. Like most regions that are public, like shopping malls and stuff like that, they won't have the combat damage turned on. You know what I mean? They can control that. So shooting somebody there would have no effect. But in places like my home region where I've got it turned on, mostly because when I get trolls, then I can shoot them. And sometimes me and my friends like to shoot each other anyway, just for the fun of it. So that's why I've got the damage turned on in my region. So I hope that answers your question, Solar. And I hope Pride helped you understand too. Because even though it's the Second Life protocol, it's very hard to wrap your head around if you're a fan of Second Life, because it's like if everybody could have their own private Second Life and they're all hooked together. That's the only way I can think to explain it, because everybody can have their own world. You can have your own world even on your own laptop. If you've got a decent enough internet connection, you can just have your own little grid right inside your laptop. So and that would be like a completely separate instance of like Second Life, if you're like comparing it to Second Life, which is one grid. Second Life is like one closed grid. You go there, you get a Second Life avatar. Well, this is thousands of private grids, thousands of separate grids. And like, so there's AviWorld, and I'm standing here now on the screen. You see me standing in AviWorld at the protest, right? And that's one grid, and you can get an avatar there. But I don't have an avatar there. I have an avatar in Fire and Ice Grid, and I traveled here by way of Hypergrid. I teleported here. And I can still be here even though I don't have an avatar from this particular grid. I can still be here. And I can have as many avatars as I want. I've got probably 10 different avatars from all over the metaverse. Yes, in my region you could chop people's heads off, so you're a fucking freak. You know that, dude? You're a creepy little freak, so we love you. We love you. I just want to point that out, but you're a creepy little freak, dude. I think you've been playing EVE Online way too long, and it has warped your mind. It's not all about death and destruction, dude. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm going to see if I got to go grab my coffee real quick, and then I'm going to see if I can pin down some interviews here. So keep watching the dance party, guys. I'll be right back in 2 minutes after I make my coffee. Yeah, Solar. Chill, my friend. We have guests from other worlds who aren't from EVE Online. Hey, Josh. Thank you. Hang tight, everybody. Just hang tight for 2 seconds. I'm going to go grab my coffee. Hang tight, Josh. Don't go away. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Some folks inherit star-spangled eyes. Ooh, they send you down to war, Lord. And when you ask them how much should we give, ooh, they only answer more. Now, it ain't me. I ain't no military son. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate one. No. It ain't me. I ain't no fortunate son. No.
Right, I'm back.
All right, this is a fun song. Mike Denver version of this song. Hope you like it. It's called Black Betty. Hell yeah.
Dogs are causing such a fuss today. Sorry about that, guys. I live alone with just my 2 doggies, so. All right, everybody. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. I'm going to recap for any new viewers that are just coming by. This is a live protest. We have heard some speakers, and now we're into the dance party phase of the protest. We had a peak so far. We know of 72 avatars on this grid, and they were well north of 50 during the speakers when the speakers were speaking. And this is a protest in the OpenSim Metaverse. And what I'm going to do now is I think I'm going to take just a moment to go over what the protest is sort of about. So I'm going to see if I can read this without my browser going nuts. So, music club owners, performers, and other OpenSim users, and I'm reading this from hypergridbusiness.com. It's a website that does news on the OpenSim Metaverse as well as other metaverses. So if you wanted to read this article yourself, you can go over to hypergridbusiness.com. But anyway, I'm going to read a little bit about, and this article is what prompted me to come here and do the stream today. So, music club owners, performers, and other OpenSim users are protesting against alternate metaverses Grid's restrictions on fan groups. The protest is scheduled to begin, Gasworks region. This is where we are now, guys. The stream is coming from live from the Gasworks region, which is an entertainment sort of region on AviWorlds Grid. And it did already feature speakers, musicians, DJs, and vocalists. The protesters are upset that the alternate metaverse grid is prohibiting the promotion of events on other grids. So just to back up, because if you're not familiar with the metaverse, if you're one of my other sort of viewers, for some of my other games, the problem here is that these people live on the alternate metaverses grid. That's their home grid, okay? But they're performers. So that means that they travel all over the metaverse to other people's grids, not just their own, in order to perform, because that's what performers do, right? They go around to different venues and clubs like Gasworks here, and they perform. So the issue is that if they set up a group, which is like a club, if you will, in OpenSim, again, trying to talk to people, not assuming that everybody's familiar with OpenSim. So they have a group, it's a formal kind of club, right, that they can send notices out to the members of the group, right? So if they create a group for their fans, okay, and they want to push out notifications about where they're performing, they're only allowed to push out notifications if they're performing on alternate metaverse, their home grid. They're not allowed to say, hey, I'm performing on OS Grid. I'm performing over at Gasworks tonight. They're not allowed to do that, see? The owner of Alternate Metaverse, Cataplexia, has been shutting them down. So the organizers include Rogue Parsons, who we heard from, I believe, on the stage. And we heard from Kauai. I don't see her name on there, but we heard her as a speaker. We're going to try to get an interview with her. We heard from DJ Princess. I remember her. And Josh Bone is mentioned here in this article. And he's here in the chat with us now, in the Twitch chat. And he's the CEO. I keep losing my focus here on the thing. So anyway, that's kind of a basic rundown of the protest today. It goes on to talk more about it. They have posters there in the protest area that people can use. Like you see how people have the protest signs on top of their head. They can get those from these signs. Like they have the various protest posters around the perimeter, and people can go click on those, and it will pop the sign over their head. And they're not resolving very well because of the lagginess of so many people on the grid. Well, there you go. You can see one just resolves. Stop the usurpers. I love that one. That one's a good one, right? And what I really dug from sort of an aesthetic point of view is when I first got to the protest, I was over on, if you're looking at my avatar now, I'm sort of standing in the stage area. So when I first beamed in, when I first teleported in, I appeared to the right, to my right, as you're seeing my avatar, right, of the stage. And over there on the right, I can maybe turn and look too and maybe see it. Hold on. Okay, so we don't see the cop car, but so here you see a media van. There's actually, so it's so cool. It's like a real protest, right? In real life, you show up and there's like CNN ready to cover the protest, right? So there's a media van and a reporter sitting there, right, standing there, and then there's a cop, right? What would a protest be without a cop, right? So you got the cop, and then behind him is actually a cruiser, a police cruiser with its lights blinking, right? And I just thought that aesthetic was so fucking cool. It's like, that's what you would expect to see at like a real life protest. So, and then we heard the speakers, and like I said, we're going to talk more about their story. We're going to try to round them up and get them somewhere off the lag here where we can talk to them. We'll either go somewhere that Josh arranges for us, or we'll go to my home region. So that's the roundup, guys, of what we're doing, and the protest is still ongoing, man. I'm going to spend a minute talking to some of these people here. I think what I'm going to do is try to shoot a bookmark to my home region to everybody and just invite them. I wonder if I can do that.
700 little records, all rock and rhythm and jazz. But when the sun go down, the rap tempo of the music fell. C'est la vie, say the old folk, go to show you never can tell. They bought a suit up kit, it was a cherry red 53. They drove it down to New Orleans to celebrate their anniversary. It was there where Pierre was wedding to the lovely mademoiselle. C'est la vie, say the old folk, goes to show you never can tell.
Okay, so we're going to go another 50 minutes. Okay, well, I'm going to go right now and interview Josh. Josh, can you send me a link to get there? I'll teleport to you. Okay, hold on.
You got it. There was a teenage wedding and the old folk wished them well. You could see that Pierre did truly love the mademoiselle. And now the young monsieur, madame from the chapel bell. C'est la vie, say the old folk, goes to show you never can tell.
Oh, you want to teleport you to the studio? Oh, okay, that's better. Okay, because I already sent that link to Bonnie as well. All right, let's do it. I'm going to send this link, Josh, to everybody that's in my little list of possible interviews. So here it comes to you.
Hi, Taro. Good to see you. a little Bruce Springsteen song I hope you like. It's called I'm on Fire.
Oh, this guy's like performing live, guys. Let's just catch a second or two of this before we go to the home region. Check this out, guys.
Thank y'all so much for your kind support, for supporting us.
Oh, this is so cool, guys. Come on, check this out, man.
Hey, little girl, it's your dad at home. Did go leave you all alone.
Oh, man.
That desire. Oh, I'm on fire.
We're gonna take just a minute, guys. For everybody who I just invited, Josh, everybody, just give it a second. Okay, yeah, I want to watch a little bit of this. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, just eat some lunch. It's cool. We're gonna catch some of this show. Yeah. I want to catch a little bit of this live show here.
Sometimes it's like someone took a knife, baby, edgy and dull, cut a 6-inch valley through the middle of my soul. And I'd wake up with a sheet soaking wet and a freight train running through the middle of my head. Only you can cool my desire. Oh, I'm on fire.
This guy's fucking on, man.
Called In Case You Didn't Know. I can almost count the times I almost said what's on my mind, but I didn't. Just the other day, I wrote down all the things I'd say, but I couldn't. I just couldn't. Baby, I know that you've been wondering. So here goes nothing. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I said that I could live this life without you. Even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know. The way you look tonight, that second glass of wine, that did it. There was something about that kiss, girl, it did me in, got me thinking, I'm thinking, all of the things that I've been feeling. It's time
case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I said that I could live this life without you, even though I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me. I belong to you. Yeah, you're my everything. In case you didn't know, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live this life without you, even though I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. Yeah, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, no, no, in case you didn't know. Here's one more slower country song, and then I'll speed it up a little bit. This one's called Austin. It's a Blake Shelton tune. She left without leaving a number. She said she needed to clear her mind. He figured she'd gone back to Austin, 'cause she talked about it all the time. It was almost a year before she called him up. 3 rings and an answering machine is what she got. If you're calling about the car, I sold it. If this is Tuesday night, I'm boarding. If you got something to sell, you're wasting your time. I'm not buying. If it's anybody else, wait for that tone. You know what to do. P.S. If this is Austin, I still love you. The telephone fell to the counter. She heard, but she couldn't believe. What kind of man would hang on that long? What kind of love that must be? She waited 3 days, and then she tried again. She didn't know what she'd say, but she heard 3 rings, and then if it's Friday night, I'm at the ball game. First and Saturday, if it don't rain, I'm headed out to the lake, and I'll be gone all weekend long. But I call you back when I get home on Sunday afternoon. And P.S. if this is Austin, I still love you. Well, this time she left her number, but not another word. Then she waited by the phone on Sunday evening. This is what he heard. If you're calling about my heart, it's still yours. I should have listened to it a little more. Then it wouldn't have taken me so long to know where I belong. And by the way, boy, this is no machine you're talking to. Can't you tell this is Austin? and I still love you. I still love you.
Oh yeah, man. That was fucking awesome.
Jenny, Jenny, who can I turn to? Give me something I can hold on to. I know you think I'm like the others before, who saw your name and number on the wall. Jenny, I got your number. I need to make you mine. Jenny, don't change your number. 6875309. 8675309. Jenny, Jenny, you're the girl for me. You don't know me, but you make me so happy. I tried to call you before, but I lost my nerve. I tried my imagination, but I was disturbed. Jenny, I got your number. I need to make you mine. Jenny, don't change your number. 8675309. 8675309. 8675309. I got it. I got your number on the wall. I got it. For a good time call. Jenny, don't change your number. I need to make you mine. Jenny, I'll call your number. 8675309. 8675309. 8675309. Jenny, Jenny, who can I turn to? For the price of a dime, I can always turn to you. 8675309. 5309.
All right.
Oh, so good seeing everyone out there. Hope everyone's having a great time and connecting. That's what it's all about. There's no Ronnie Milsap theme. Life is called Daydreams About Night Things.
Hey. I got to figure out how to get rid of that music. Hold on, guys. Not sure how to get rid of the music, Josh. Hold on. All right. Test.
Oh,
Hey, we can hear Josh.
there you go.
There you go.
Now I
Okay.
hear you. Hello.
Yeah, I guess just turn the music down.
So what? Your voice cut out again.
No. I'm using push to talk because for both the stream and here, so they can hear us both. Now, let me just do a quick sound check. Can you guys? Can anybody? Okay, Solar, you can hear him and you can hear me. Oh, you can't hear him?
I don't know. How does it? Mic check 1, 2.
Is that yes or no that you can hear him? You can. Okay, good. They can hear you, Josh. Okay, just checking if they can hear you on the stream. Folks, I'm here. Folks, I'm here with Josh Bohm. I'm going to make sure his voice is. Let's turn the master volume. Whoops, maybe a little too low. Hold on. Give me 1 second, Josh.
I hope my internet connection is decent enough for this.
You seem to be coming through. You're coming through to me real good, and the stream people say that they can hear you. So I think we're good. Thanks for coming. Thank you so much for coming by. Folks, we're with Josh Bohm, and Josh Bohm is the owner of the AviWorlds Grid in the OpenSim Metaverse, and he is the one who was hosting, well, in a sense, hosting the protest. It was held at the Gasworks, which is a private area, entertainment area. We do get a lot of traffic noise in the background. You must be at a restaurant or something, Josh, eh?
Yeah, I'm down here in Mexico, Puerto Vallarta, so it's the best internet is at some of the restaurants. My home internet right now is not the greatest. Well, I'm upgrading that at the end of the month or the beginning of this month. When I move into my new place, I should have better internet.
Well, I have a huge.
But, for now,
I have a huge surprise. I have a huge surprise for you, Josh. I am originally from Toronto, but I retired and I live in Mexico now. I am actually broadcasting to you from Nopala in Hidalgo State.
Oh, nice.
So we're both in Mexico.
Canada myself.
Me too. I'm from Toronto and I moved to Mexico to retire. I live down here full time now. I even have my green card and whatnot. I'm a full-time resident of Mexico, and I'm in Hidalgo State right now, and I'm moving to Mexico City in a couple of weeks. I get a new place, and I'm on 4G internet right now. I have a home router from Telcel and an antenna in the tree outside my office, and that's how I'm connecting. So when it comes to internet, I know all about sketchy internet. But I think we're both I think we're both doing fine today. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it, Josh.
Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate you having me.
So
I had no plans for today's events. I was just informed it was going to happen, and I got invited to it. And as a grid owner, I felt like it was, part of my job to be there. But other than that, I mean, it was all organized by the people that were there today, and I'm glad that people are able to voice their opinions, though.
Well, so thank you so much for coming by. And so you're the owner of the grid, and Gasworks is separately owned. It's like a private sort of entertainment region. I've never been there, but I'm definitely going to keep going back. Why don't we start there? Talk about Gasworks. What is it? And talk about the performers that perform there, and just give us a rundown on Gasworks. What is that all about? What is that space where
Well,
we just were? What is that all about?
they just came in from alternate metaverse. They were looking for a place to put their feet in the sand and start building a community again. After I guess what happened with their previous places they were at, there was some issues, and so I got wind that they were looking at AviWorlds. So I made sure that they had the red carpet treatment so that they would, feel welcome and migrate over with little to no problems at all. We made sure everything went smooth for them. And ever since, they've been having a big community, big following of people that support their venue and the DJs and the live performances and the artists that come around. It's shocking, to be honest with you, the amount of attention that place gets. And I'm glad to have them in AviWorlds. I mean, they've definitely boosted our active user count and brought in a lot of new members. And unfortunately, it has, baggage with it, which was whatever's left over from the grid that they were in. It's starting to kind of,
That's
the fire is slowly.
that's what the protest is about, right? That's the idea. That's the whole idea of the protest.
Yeah, and I've already gotten some hate emails. I'm not going to mention by who or from who, but I've been getting some messages since this protest that are not very pleasant. Let's just say threats and stuff like that have been happening because of this event. And I'm just like, I have no control over what my users do. If they're not breaking any laws, all the power to them. Freedom of speech is freedom of speech. I'm not going to try to silence somebody, and it's not my place to do that. I mean, I'm just providing a service, which is AviWorlds. They're renting their regions, and they do what they want on those regions. We don't tell people what they can or can't do. We don't enforce rules on groups, or if you want to come in from another grid and do what you want, you're more than welcome to. We welcome everybody here just as if they were our own. And I don't know why other grids can't figure out hospitality and, to make people feel welcome. That's just common sense to me that, but
Well, I came to the protest this morning. I got here very early, and I immediately identified myself as a journalist. I told everybody that I was streaming, and I just want to say that your staff and all of the people there reached out to me and made me feel welcome. I felt like I was free to, report on the events and to stream the event on Twitch, and so I certainly felt free, in my role today as a journalist. I think the next time I go, I'll probably be a protester. To be honest with you, I'm very moved by the cause, but today I had my journalist cap on, and I felt like I felt completely free to move around, to report, to chat with people, and like I said, your staff reached out to me, people reached out to me, and made me feel welcome in that role. So I was happy to cover it and happy to put it out there. We're going to put it on YouTube afterwards. We're going to edit it up and put it on YouTube for everybody to see afterwards.
We definitely appreciate the publicity, and I'm sure all the parties involved in today's events appreciate it as well. I mean, it's
maybe not all the parties. Maybe not all the parties, because cataplexia was during the speaking event, the speaking part of it. I was shocked. I suddenly did a hover over. There was this beautiful lady standing right in front of me, right, and during the speaking event. And I was out in the crowd then. I wasn't up near the stage. And she was standing right in front of me, and I was like, boy, she's pretty. I wonder who she is, right? So I did a little hover over to get her name, and it was her. It was Cataplexia, the CEO of the grid that is being protested, right? And I was like, oh my God, And so I just want to say for the benefit of all my viewers, I reached out to her immediately. I IM'd her, and I offered her a chance to come on the stream and tell her side of the story. again, today my role is as a journalist. I want it to be fair. I want it to be, open to both sides of the story. So I am there, and her exact words were, "I'll think about it." Which, if you're on a live show, that's a no. That's basically I'm declining the interview. So I just want to say to everybody who's listening, both live and on the archive in the future, I did offer the lady who is being protested against. I did offer her the chance to come on the show and tell her side of the story, and she more or less declined the interview. So there's that. And cataplexia, if you ever hear this on the archive, or if you're listening on the live stream right now, the offer still stands. I still want to get both sides of the story. If you want to come either on this stream or on a later stream, if you want to come on and tell your side of the story, I'm perfectly open to that. So let me ask you another question, Josh, while I got you here, because I know you got to run. So numbers, man. You're the owner of the grid. Can you talk about the numbers at the protest? How many people, like during the speaking part of it, and then how many people for the dance party? How many people in general across the time span of the protest did we see on your grid in that region?
Well, at any given point, there was about 50 plus people on the region. I clocked it at 51 at one point, but I think my status bar locked up because I was having a lot of lag over there with the crappy computer that I'm on and the shitty internet connection that I have. It didn't help much, but from what I was seeing, there was quite a full region full of people there, at least 50, and then throughout the course, you had your handful of people that came in and out, but it stayed strong and held strong at about 50 plus people for the whole event, which is
So,
amazing.
so what I saw, I'll tell you what I saw is during the speaking part of it, I checked and I saw 51 people on the grid for the speaking part of it, and then I don't know how Pride, I believe, and I forget her real name, her in-game name, but Pride told me that there was so Pride's in the Twitch chat now saying that their highest hit was 75. And I imagine that was during the dance party. I actually saw 72 during the dance party that followed the speaking part of the event. So that's a lot of people. Now let's talk about that for those of my viewers who aren't deep metaverse heads, deep OpenSim people. That's a lot of people for this platform, is it not?
It's quite a bit, actually. We've had times where we've only had 50 people in the grid at one point. So having them all in one region is just mind blowing. It was people everywhere, name tags just everywhere. It was like a sea of letters that I could see across everything. So yeah, it's quite a big turnout for sure, and
Now, what's
it's only getting better.
I don't know how much time we got left with you, but before we get into some of the politics of this and the stories that we heard, I just want to do one more technical detail. So, as the owner of the grid, and you were there for the event, how happy or unhappy are you with the performance of the server?
Well, the servers, it's, what you mean, like the simulator in general, how it functions? Because every user will have a different experience depending on their own internet connection and also their PC that they're running it on. I mean, a party's a party. There's a lot going on in that region. For me, I can't say because I'm on the worst laptop. It's like a 10-year-old tablet computer with no dedicated video card. So just for me being able to get in there is a feat in itself. But like compare that to somebody with a decent computer, I can't tell you how they were feeling. But it looked pretty good from your end when I was twitching. I mean, you could see people, they were dancing, you can see them moving around. So it seemed like
Definitely,
it was.
definitely was enjoyable. There was noticeable lag. I mean, I'm not just an OpenSim user, but I've been developing grids and worlds in OpenSim for pretty much about a year after OpenSim went online. I was around in OpenSim before there was Hypergrid. So that kind of dates
But I
me.
want to.
That kind of
But I
dates
want
me,
to
I
add
guess.
also, the server that they have for Gasworks is a 32 gig RAM server with a 1 gig up and down connection. And during the height of it, I was monitoring the statistics of the server. We were only capping out at 6 gigs RAM total used out of the 32. CPU was fluctuating between 20 to 30%. I mean, those numbers are pretty good. And I was watching the statistics bar for the frames per second and sim FPS and time dilation and all that looked like it was holding pretty strong. It would fluctuate here and there when people would come in and out, but for the most part, it looked like everything was running pretty good on system wise.
Well, great. So you're happy with the performance. That's awesome. Um, Before we get into the politics and of all this and the meat of it, I want to before we leave the technical things, just can you give a shout out for your grid? If anybody interested in joining a great grid, what URL? Where would they go to get an avatar at AviWorlds? Maybe get some land or whatever.
Well, we give all
Give
of
a
our
plug. Give a plug for your grid.
All right. Well, AviWorlds has a long track history. It's been recently purchased by me from its previous owner, so we've been going through a lot of changes. One of which is we allow now free mainland to all local users, and we have a huge mainland interconnected by water, roadways, air. It's similar like the Second Life mainland, but it's free here. Every user that uh, joins our grid, they get born with one Avi dollar, which is only good on our mainland. And that dollar is to scout out your perfect parcel that you like. We have hundreds of them for sale already ready to go for whoever wants them. You just kind of look around on the map where you find best, and if it's for sale, grab it up. It's yours. And as long as you use it within once every 6 months, and we won't worry about it. If people buy the land and don't do anything at all with it for a month or so, we might reclaim it. But we like to see people, at least put something down, a tree or a house or, a car. It doesn't matter. Just make it look like it's being used. But with that said, we've already been noticing an increase of traffic. We've already hit third in the world on the hypergrid business list. And from the numbers that I'm gathering this month, we look like we may surpass, don't quote me on that, DigiWorlds' second place marker, which I'm ecstatic about. I've never thought in my million years we'd even make top 10. But here we're sitting at top 3 right now for active user count.
So let's give people a URL. Let's give people a URL. Where can people go to hook up with this shit?
We just go to AviWorlds.com, click on register or log in if you have an account. You can set it all up there. We've got lots of options, and pretty much everything you need to know is on the website. And if not, you can always open a support ticket. We answer, there's many of us that reply to the tickets, and we're pretty quick. And the support email is support@aviworlds.com. For any of you guys that want to have any questions or anything, just feel free to message us, and we can let you know anything you like regarding AviWorlds or pretty much anything you need.
Okay, so
related.
I'm going to ask you to take your AviWorlds owner hat off for a second and just be a metaverse user like me and the rest of us. And let's talk about what we heard today, because we already know that the gist of the protest. I've gone over it before. This is about the performers from and I forget the name of the grid now. I'm sure you'll remind me, but and they their home grid where they live, these performers, like the performer that we saw on the stage just before we came over here for the interview, those performers, live performers, DJs, and they had their fan groups set up in their home grid, which was not AviWorlds, by the way, guys. It's another grid, ABG or something like that, and they were not allowed to advertise their live events that they were performing at to other grids. Like if they were performing in another grid, they were getting shut down if they tried to advertise that performance to their own private fan groups, which should be their own to do with however they please, but apparently was not the case. But And so that's the gist of it. You can speak on that if you want to, but what I'd like to know from you is, did you hear the speakers, and what did you think of those stories? Because they seem to go beyond that. They seem to go to the issues of online harassment, and to be honest with you, when Kawhi spoke, I cried. I mean, I'm going to admit, I cried when she spoke, and it went to real life harassment. I mean, we were talking beyond the issues here into something even deeper. Speak on that. Speak on that for a minute, if you would, as a user, not as a CEO, not as a grid owner, but just as a person. Talk about what you heard, and how it made you feel.
Well, for one thing, I've only got a few more minutes, so I'll do this as best as I can. Uh, as a normal player of the game, which I enjoy playing AviWorlds myself as a user, I enjoy it. That's why I have it. That's why we, develop on it all the time. It's fun. People in there are real humans sitting behind a computer. Sure, we're pixelated in a game. Maybe we can de-render you or mute you or block you, but still, we're humans and we have feelings and wants and needs and desires. So when I hear people having problems, even if it's a friend, it calls home. Nobody should be restricted, especially in a virtual world where we're free to do anything we want, as long as it's coherent to the local laws of whatever jurisdiction you're in. You should be fine. We're not there to monitor you and breathe down your neck and watch everything you're doing. And I go again, going back to the owner aspect of it. But I just some of the stories today, they're sad, and some of the stuff went a little bit overboard. I don't know, maybe some of the personal attacks that were said about certain things, rumors, but I don't. It is what it is. I've already caught my flack from it from people, and it's gonna hurt a lot of people. But in the long run, I think the truth is out there, and it's up to the people to do their own homework to look at you know what's what. You can't just, if one person says something, whatever. But if you get a whole group of people starting to put their heads together and say, then there could be a problem. So I'm just there for everybody.
Well, there was a lot of people there. I mean, the support that this protest had was beyond even I thought, when I imagined what I was going to be like this morning when I got ready to go to the protest, I imagined, 10, maybe 15 people, and they would speak on the topic, which was, the whole shutting down of the fan groups, but on this particular grid. And I thought it would be interesting, but I didn't think it would be heart wrenching. And the stories that I heard from the stage, at least a couple of them, were heart wrenching stories, and I really felt moved. And I don't, I'm just judging as a journalist. I'm just trying to, do the best I can from the outside looking in. They sounded very sincere. They did not sound like people who were making up a story. They did not sound like people who were, prone to hyperbole. I mean, it sounded
These
real.
are real. They are real stories, for sure, 100%. And I've been hearing about it for a long time. And all I can tell them is, look, if you come to us, we'll guarantee you that we'll make you feel welcome and appreciated, and we'll go above and beyond to, if you're running a business or a club, we'll go above and beyond to advertise it and help get it out there. I mean, restrictions nobody wants. So that's the long story short is, if you're going to run a grid, you got to do it, with hospitality. You can't be throwing demands on your users saying you can't do this time because this person's doing it. If they want to work together, that's why you bring out a calendar or something where people know the time slots. So you let the people figure it out themselves. You don't try to be big babysitter and micromanage a grid to the point where people just want to leave. And that's why today's event was so important, to open people's eyes to the potential negative side effects of certain grid owners or wherever they choose to invest their time.
Well, I know you probably got to run really soon, but so you're a CEO of a grid yourself, and we're protesting. We're talking about a protest against another owner of another grid, and You guys, essentially in this universe, in this reality, you people, you Josh, you're the government. You're the government in your grid, okay? And so I think a lot of this goes to the nature of dissent in virtual reality, and the fact that people, users of a service like yours, who live a significant part of their life in this virtual reality. If you fuck up as the government, people are going to protest you. You know.
Yeah. You got to watch. Always, you got to. People are always watching, and you get like with anything, people can hearsay stuff, and it gets spread around, and then it gets morphed a little bit, and then things change. It's like playing the game in school where everybody's sitting beside each other, and you whisper into the ear, and by the time that whisper comes back to you, it's totally different than when it started. So people people can make up things if they want. I mean, the truth is there if you really look for it. But I just classify it as drama. I mean, it's unnecessary. People want to live their lives. Let them do it. Don't get involved in that small stuff. I mean, we're here to run a grid to make sure people are okay with being on here and feel comfortable. I just don't see how others can make it and get any region sales if they're not going to adhere to what the customer wants.
Okay, let me swing one last one at you. I know you got to run, but let me swing one last one at you. You're the owner of AviWorlds. Use your imagination for a second. Just sort of close your eyes. Think about this question. Now, let's say in the future you did something, you did some policy or some change, and you got people really upset at AviWorlds, and they decided to have a big protest against you. How would you, and be honest, how would you react to that protest, theoretical protest against you on AviWorlds over some policy change? What would be your reaction to that?
Well, if it was a legitimate claim, then I'd have to man up to it and just allow it to happen. But there's nothing I can do to stop it, right? So I would be there, maybe in the sides. I wouldn't be. I would have my say afterwards, maybe, or I would include it into one of the speakers and give my share of the story. My thing is, as long as the both sides of the story are there, because there's two sides to every story. So if we're hearing one person's side, it is what it is. But if, like you say, you offered to interview the one lady that was there today, I'm not going to mention her name, but she declined. If she wanted to, she could voice her side of the story. So instead of taking it as an offense, I would go with it as maybe a learning curve, because obviously if there's this many people
Would you be willing?
upset about something,
Would you be willing, as the government, as the head of state of AviWorlds, would you be willing in such a theoretical situation to sit down later in a quiet moment and talk to the protesters and hear their grievances out, perhaps even negotiate with them?
yes, it's business and it's common sense and hospitality and just being kind to one another. If you got a problem with me, I want to know so I can look at myself and make a change. Or maybe if there's an issue with one of the rules or policies, we got to be known so that we can look at it. If people don't tell us, then we don't know. But I would be open to criticism because that helps introduce change. And we're all about the end users. If they're not happy, then we won't have a successful grid. So we want to, within reason with everybody and give them what they want, as long as it's not affecting other people's freedoms and enjoyment of the game or whatever they choose to do while they're in the grid.
So you would engage the protesters and talk to them, talk over their grievances. Maybe not at the protest, like you said. You would probably let it happen and let them vent, but you'd be willing at some point, maybe afterwards, to sit down with them and discuss their grievances in a reasonable way. Well, there you have it, guys.
Yeah.
Well,
I do have to run.
Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Josh
Baum.
Baum.
Bring pride over.
Yeah, I do really much. I do.
He's waiting at the welcome region right now. So if you want to get him, he's probably ready to go.
Okay, I'm going to send him a teleport
right.
invite. Thank you, guys. Josh Bohm, guys, owner of the AviWorlds Grid in the OpenSim Metaverse. Thank you so much for giving us some of your time today, Josh. Thank you. I hope to talk to you again soon.
Anytime. I appreciate you having me. See you.
All right, guys. So that was Josh Bohm, the owner of the AviWorlds Grid, which is the metaverse world where Gasworks, which is an entertainment venue, is hosted, and where the protest today took place. We're going to try to get Pride in here now. Pride says he's AFK at the moment. Let's see who else we can get. All right, see if we can get any other guests here. In the meantime, I got some stuff I can talk about. Let's turn around here. So welcome viewers. This is my home actually in OpenSim Metaverse. I'm on the Fire and Ice Grid. And I guess I'll take a moment to give a plug. This show is sponsored by Fire and Ice Grid. They provide this home region to me for free as a sponsorship of the show. And so if you also, we already heard the AviWorlds plug, but you can be an avatar. You can have as many avatars as you want. If you care to get a free account at Fire and Ice Grid, you can go to fireandicegrid.net. And we thank them very much for their sponsorship of Glitch in the Matrix, which is the name of this show. So today I'm going to try to get my camera so you guys can see me. Hold on. Hi, how you doing? All right. Now, so some of the things I want to talk about is, first of all, this whole concept, this whole idea of protest in virtual reality, to me is very intriguing concept. Okay, because you've got this real life social phenomenon that we're all familiar with, especially in the last year or so, protests, right? Protesting the government, okay? And here we have this phenomenon appearing, like so much of real reality, base reality, whatever you want to call it, appearing in virtual reality. And I think that this is very interesting on a lot of different levels. Now, the history of protest in the metaverse can be traced back to, and I've actually done some research on this, to the summer of 2011. And the protest was, the protest was in the sandbox, the MMO sandbox known as EVE Online. A lot of my viewers are probably EVE people, okay? And they were known at the time, they're still known as the Jita riots. And they were riots, okay? We'll look at a video in a second from the riots. But, so, in June of 2011, in protest of a bunch of different things that CCP, the company who owns EVE Online, either introduced or failed to introduce. There were changes that they said they were going to make. There were features that they said they were going to introduce, and they didn't. They failed to do so. And then there were changes that they introduced that were considered extremely obnoxious by the players. And so for those who are unfamiliar with EVE Online, It's over 7,000 solar systems. It's a big sandbox. It's definitely a simulation. It has, huge differences from OpenSim, but it also has a lot of similarities. And I know that Pride was saying in the chat that it's a game. It's not actually. It's very much like OpenSim in that it's a simulation, a sandbox with a lot of little games in it. And you don't actually have to play any of them. You can just live, do whatever you want in the sandbox. It has a very robust economy. In fact, an economy that's so robust, there are real life economists who have written papers on the EVE Online economy. Everything in EVE is produced by the players from the ground up. Literally, you have to mine the moons and the asteroids for the materials, get the blueprints, make the components, put the components together. There's a whole supply chain for every single item. But in any case, JITA 4x4 is what it's colloquially known as, is the central trading hub, the biggest trading hub in this metaverse of EVE Online. And all the players came in their spaceships to JITA and had a riot. And they essentially fired their weapons at everything that was owned by CCP. And one of the main targets was this monument. And you see it here on the left in its original condition. Now, objects that are put in the game by the developers are normally invulnerable. So at one point, there was like 800 spaceships firing on this memorial that you see here on the left. Okay. And they, technically you could not do any damage to this memorial. But afterwards, and to this day, I might add, CCP, when they finally came to the table, like Josh was saying earlier, they waited till the protest was over and they sat down with the players who were protesting and they talked it out. They were the government, right? And they sat down with the protesters and talked it out. And as a lasting sort of memorial to the protest itself, they altered the monument to appear as though it had been damaged. So you see here on the right-hand side, it's all sort of melted. And you can go, to this day, you can go to JITA, and it's now behind JITA, the new renovated JITA. It's actually behind the complex. But you can go there and see the damaged memorial. And I'll scroll down here. Hold on. And the plaque on the memorial was changed. It says, this was once a memorial to the winners of a riddle contest sponsored by late entrepreneur Ravo Aram. After standing proud for half a decade, it was destroyed in late YC 113, 2011, by capsuleers who were staging a mass uprising against an intolerable status quo of intergalactic affairs. Today, the ruins of this once great work of art stand as a testament to the fact that change is the universe's only constant. So I've been mucking around in virtual reality for over a decade. And to my knowledge, this is the first ever major, huge protest in the metaverse. And I got a little video. I'm gonna run it for you guys. So there you have it, folks. That's the footage from the 2011, June 2011 riots. They're actually called that now. It was a protest at the time, but it's in retrospect, it's been deemed a riot. It went on for days, that protest, and that was 10 years ago as we look at it today. And here we are 10 years later, and we attended a protest today in the metaverse. And the issues back then were very visceral. People were very deeply emotionally vested in that protest. As I said before I played the clip, the developers of CCP actually honored that protest. They sat down with the protesters and they negotiated a solution that was amenable to all parties. And they, as a testament to the protest, they went ahead and allowed the statue there, the statue that you all saw them shooting at, they allowed it to appear as damaged, and they put a plaque memorializing those protests. And so this idea of protesting in virtual reality, protesting what is for us in these realities the government. We saw that today with the protest against the AVG Grid and the CEO, Cataplexia, who I say again, we offered her, I directly IM'd her during the protest and offered her a chance to come on the show, tell her side of the story. She declined. But this idea of protest, I think it's just really amazing. It shows to me, it speaks to the realness of these virtual realities, because you notice we call them virtual realities. We don't call them virtual unrealities. Okay? There is a realness here. There is a solidness to these realities. And we see it in the cultures, the individual subcultures that we see being generated. And we see it in the things from reality, everything from my Hummer and my Mercedes SLS and my Bell helicopter that are on my front lawn right now, to social objects such as protest appearing in the metaverse. And that to me is just fascinating. It speaks to how interesting, how cool, and how real these virtual realities are. And so I wanted to touch on that. I wanted to explore that today because there's not a lot of protests in the metaverse. It's a relatively rare event. And so I wanted to take the opportunity to reflect back on other protests in the metaverse and what they sort of mean philosophically, how they speak to how vested people are in these realities, that they feel compelled to literally hit the streets and speak to power, speak to authority, and dissent, right? This is dissent that we saw today. So, yeah, I just think that that's all really, really incredible and really interesting. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I appreciate it. We're going to see if we've got any guests around. Hold on. Well, I really wanted to get some of the guests here, but I'll just go over what I heard from the speakers today. Get my camera back on me. Hold on. So yeah, I'll just talk a little bit about the speakers that we heard. The one speaker I really wanted to talk to more than any was a young lady named Kauai. And her story was so moving that I actually cried. And she was terrified to go on the stage and speak. She actually had a friend, a male friend, come up on the stage with her to support her. She had all the other speakers were sort of gathered around her, encouraging her and just almost like hugging her and holding her. And you could tell that she was very emotional about what she was feeling. You could tell from her story that she is a person like myself and like many others who really, really love this metaverse, really love OpenSim, very vested in the OpenSim metaverse. You could tell that this reality was very much a part of her life and her psyche. And the story that she told was not one of overweening authority, which is what the protest was really about. It was about online harassment and in real life harassment. And I hear what Josh was saying earlier in the interview. You know, there's two sides to every story. But she sounded very, very sincere to me. And she sounded traumatized by the government of this grid, this AVG grid. And she felt harassed and intimidated by the staff and people involved in managing this grid. And it had affected her life, you know. And it was kind of at that moment when I heard her speak that I decided I support this cause. I can get behind this cause. I mean, I went there as a journalist to sort of cover the protests and, you know, try to be objective, try to get both sides. But it really became impossible. I mean, as the speakers went on, story after story of, you know, these performers, first of all, who, and we saw one of the performers on the stage here just before I came here to do the interviews. Man, he was great. Dan was his name, playing the guitar and singing for us. Flippin' amazing performer. Okay. And we heard from one of the DJs who's also one of the affected performers and how they have been harassed in their home grid, this grid that's being protested, by the owner of the grid, Cataplexia. And, you know, these are people, a lot of them, I can tell you, make a significant part of their living from performing here in the OpenSim Metaverse. the entertainment industry here, the live entertainment industry is huge. It's very popular. We saw that from the dance party that it sort of ensued after the protest, right? And these people have a vested interest in this. They have again, they make, it's not just about the money, but it's also their art, right? Because if you're an artist, if you're an entertainer, it's more about reaching your audience and being able to communicate to your audience. And that goes to the heart of the protest, because that's what was being shut down. They were not allowed on their home grid to communicate with their fans about where they were performing. And this was affecting their ability to reach their audience and affecting their income and affecting their lives. And so they protested today. But I just want to say that it went beyond that. The speakers that were speaking spoke to that issue, but they also spoke to a deeper issue. I think there's a deeper thing going on here with this protest, because we also heard things that went beyond business. They went beyond rules. They went to the idea of online harassment, and in at least one case, real life harassment. And so that's pretty heavy. I have to say that the protesters today were definitely protesting something that is serious business. No matter what you think about virtual reality, how much stock you put in it, how emotionally vested you are in it, this was real for these people. They're human beings. Like Josh said, behind the keyboard, behind this pixelated avatar, there's a human being. Behind every avatar, there's a human being. And what I heard today is I heard human beings, excuse me, I heard human beings that were hurting. So, hey, Pride is free for an interview. Can we get you here? Pride, how do we get you here? So hopefully in a second, Pride will appear as if by magic. Hopefully. Hopefully I didn't miss the opportunity. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Poof. Just like magic. Thank you so much for coming, Pride. Thank you. He's got his protest sign on. Let's look at his protest sign. Hold on. Check out his protest sign. Free the hostages. What's that bottom word? Now. Free the hostages now. Great sign. Great sign. Great sign. Awesome. Thank you so much, Pride, for coming to the show. I'm Malcor. It's great to meet you. Let's do a quick sound check. If you would say something, Pride, maybe introduce yourself and tell us where what role you have in all this, and then we'll if people in the Twitch chat, if you can tell me if you can hear Pride.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Just go ahead and give yourself a brief introduction. Tell us what your role in all of this is, and I'm going to check with Twitch. Twitch, if you could tell me solar or anybody, tell me if you can hear Pride.
Okay, so I'm Pride. I'm one of the admins of AviWorlds. I recently became an admin there about a month ago. I came from the DigiWorlds Grid. Um I met Josh, and we became really good friends, and we had a lot in common. And he offered me a position to help him with the grid, and I took it. Um, my position with this protest is, well, let me back up on that. Originally, I found out about this protest from Hypergrid, who had contacted me about an article that they were doing, which you have read, um, and they wanted to verify some information with me. So they were asking a little bit about AviWorlds and how we allow our residents to express themselves this way. So one of their questions was, do we micromanage their groups or tell them how they can use their groups? And no, we don't. We don't do either one of those things. Their groups are their groups. They just decide what they want to do with them. We don't control that. That's like taking away somebody's voice. So it really got me interested in like what this was all about. So I got a hold of Rogue and spoke with her, along with Ray, the owner of the Gasworks, who also has had issues along with her husband Blue, with the AMV grid in the, and that is the reason they actually moved over to AviWorlds. Can't really say much on that because I don't really know exactly what happened. All I know are bits and pieces. But anyway, not important. I ended up getting stories from them. So when I got these from them, I also was able to speak with Kawhi and Jazzy and Princess and um, Evan and a bunch of other people, and got to hear their stories about what cataplexy was doing as well. Now I have an avatar as well on AMV Grid. So the other day I decided to go onto that avatar and see if these rumors were true. So I got in touch with Cataplexia. Now, mind you, this is Cataplexia is doing, not Cliff. Cliff hasn't been involved in this that I know of until today when he showed up at the protest. Uh, uh, what Cataplexia has been doing is in, unjustly and immoral, I guess. I spoke with her, and I'd rather not repeat our conversation simply because I don't want to disclose how do I say this? How horrific that conversation really was, and made me decide that I was no longer going to be to stay a resident at the grid. As an admin on the AviWorlds grid, I know what it's like, and I shouldn't say I know what it's like. I know how to treat residents, and the way that she came off was not professional at all. So,
Well, you know that I don't know if you.
I chose the.
I know you've been listening to the stream, so I'll just say once again that I was standing right behind her just by coincidence in the protest, and I IM'd her and I offered her the chance to come on the show and give her side of the story. I would have been completely objective. I would have let her say her piece, and she declined, and that's really all she had to say to me. So.
Right. No, she also declined Hypergrid when they contacted her for a comment or reply on topic. She did not respond to them either. However, she had a problem today blowing up people's IM boxes, including mine and Josh's, with threats and slander and belittling.
Well, okay, so let's pause
Person
there.
that she
Let's
is.
pause there for a second, my friend. Can you, and if you can't, it's okay, but can you get more specific? Can you talk especially about, like, say, the threats?
Yeah, she has actually threatened to sue AviWorlds for allowing the protests to take place on our grid, which she can't do because it violates the amendment right of freedom of speech. Uh, and not only that, Hyper are worldwide. They're not just stuck into one country. And what we decide to do with our is completely up to us, the owners, not a government outside of our grid. As you had said with Josh, the admins and the owners of the grids are their government, which is true to a sense. We don't like to say that we're a governmental practice because we're not. We're literally there to be your support system. If you need something, we will help you in any way possible to make sure that you are supported.
But you do appreciate the analogy. From an anthropological and a sociological point of view, you guys are the government of your world. Right? I mean, you can appreciate that analogy, right?
Yeah, I understand the analogy. We don't like to put it that way.
Right, right.
What had happened was the AMV grid violated their own user agreements, their TOS, in other words. And I can't say that they did. I can say that Cataplexia did. Because, again, Cliff, I have not heard anything from. I haven't heard his involvement at all. I have only heard Cataplexia's and saw from my own hand. But Cataplexia has a history of lashing out and causing drama, and she's very self-centered, in other words. So if things don't go her way, it's all hell breaks loose. Now, with Cliff, I've never got that from him. He seems more laid back and chill, but now that he is with Cataplexia, I think that he showed up at the event for her well-being in support to her rather than himself.
So let me ask you, going back again to my analogy of you guys as the government of your worlds, would you classify Cataplexia as a tyrant? As a dictator?
I would classify her as a dictator, yeah.
Well, there you go, folks. Dictators usually get protested against. What did we see in the real world? We saw that with the Arab Spring. We saw it with Occupy. And now, again, I'm fascinated by the fact that we are seeing this same sociological phenomenon here in the metaverse. Let's back up just a little bit. I want to go back to the protests and the stories and everything, but let's talk about, because you're an admin, let's talk about some of the technical stuff. I love that stuff. You know, I'm a developer of OpenSim worlds myself, so I love the technical stuff. You were shooting me a lot of numbers during the protest. Let's talk about the numbers. How many people did we see, like when they were speaking and for the dance party and stuff? Talk about those numbers.
During the speech, we hit a high of 65. Right after the speech, when Jazzy was DJing, we hit our highest number of 75 people, and that's just for the region itself. That's not counting for how many people were on our grid at that time period. It was just for the Gasworks region.
Now, can you talk about a little bit about the details of that region? Now, like here in Fire and Ice, I know that I've spoken with the owner, Sarah, and by the way, Sarah is wonderful. She is 100% not a fucking tyrant, okay? She's a wonderful,
I've
great.
actually heard about Sarah, and
She's wonderful. She's wonderful. She is sponsoring this show. This show is sponsored by Fire and Ice Grid. They gave me, this wonderful region that we're standing on right now to produce my show at, and so she's a sponsor. But what I wanted to know is the technical details. Like, so some of the popular regions here, she will move them if they've got a lot of traffic. She will move them onto their own server. Was there any sort of arrangements like that made for this protest? Was the region on a shared server, a separate server? And talk about, if you would, talk about how you feel that server performed today during the protest.
Their server is actually purchased through AviWorlds. We do not allow linking your own servers. We have done that in the past, but it turned out to be more of a problem than it should have been. So now we just simply limit it down to our own servers. Yeah, I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
So how do you feel that server did then today? How do you feel the performance was?
Oh,
Speak about how you feel the performance was for the server.
but as Josh was mentioning to you earlier, and I was also doing the same, we were watching the statistics, and the server performed actually pretty well for that amount of people. I expected it to have a lot more lag issues and possible crashes, which it didn't. There was, yes, lag, but when you get that many avatars in such a small area on a region, that's bound to happen, as we all know. So I'm pretty happy about the performance that the server did for that region for the protest today, and it's still going on. I was just over there before I came here, and it's still quite a huge crowd, and they're all over the place. They're on the streets, they're in clubs, they're in the park, they're everywhere.
So so you guys, you're probably not one of the admins of Gasworks, but maybe you might know the answer to this question. Uh, did they sort of set aside the schedule, whatever like normal activities would have been taking place there? Is this sort of the rest of the day or afternoon or whatever sort of dedicated to this protest now?
As I am aware, I am not an admin for Gasworks. I am an admin for the AviWorlds Grid itself. However, I do know the owners, Ray and Blue, of Gasworks, and they actually contacted their staff who were performing throughout the day, and they actually decided to get on board with this protest. So all the events that you are seeing have welcomed entertainers as well as the scheduled ones.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's great. That's great. So you feel like the server held up well, and that, for those who aren't familiar with OpenSim, I am, and I would be sweating bullets if I knew that 75 people were going to land on a region that I was adminning. I would be sweating bullets. I mean, that's a lot of people. Um, now, so a question: do you think there'll be future protests? Do you think that this is over? Is this over today, or are there going to be future protests? And will Abbey Worlds and Gasworks be possibly hosting those future protests?
I honestly think that this is just a one-day event because this protest, again, is only a peaceful protest. It allows the members to be able to voice their opinions and be heard. It's not meant to go into this crazy riot or anything of that sort. It's not meant to slander or belittle any other grid or person in per se. It's literally just there for these users to be able to be heard, and I think they accomplished that today. As you heard, like Kawhi's story alone was the most touching story I've heard. And what she went through, she should not have gone through, especially from grid owners.
Oh, it made me cry. I mean, and I totally didn't expect that. When I came to this protest, I didn't really know what to expect. I was sort of open minded about it, but I really didn't expect to be shedding tears on my keyboard over a story. Okay, take off your admin hat for a second because you do have a sign over your head. So, like it or
I
not,
do.
like it or not, you're a protester. So take off your admin hat, put on your protester hat, um, and what talk to me from that perspective. Now, do you feel, first of all, as a protest, do you feel like the message you got your message out. You got your grievances. Were you heard?
I believe that the protest was heard, yes. Wearing this sign, okay, so I joined this protest because, again, grid owners are trying to silence and take away privileges from their residents, which is immoral by any stance. So when I heard about this, I was like, I'm all for freedom. I'm all about equality. Uh, so I jumped on wagon because I'm like, this is a protest that I can get behind. I support this. Like, no one should be silenced ever. So that's why I jumped into it. Now, continuing on with this, there was some grievance today when Cataplexia and Cliff both showed up to the protest. I don't know if you were there yet or not, but they started uh, harassing and saying a bunch of things in open chat, uh, interfering with
I
the
was totally
trying to
there. I
speak
saw
up.
it all. In fact, so did the viewers, and it'll be on the
Yes.
archive. We're going to archive the stream just so you know. Afterwards, I'm going to clean it up a little bit. I had a power failure here at my house at the very beginning. So we have some stuff we're going to clean up and edit out. And then some other stuff I'm going to add in along the idea of the history of protest in general in the metaverse. I was there when cataplexy was going off in the local. In fact, when she was going off in local, I didn't realize she was literally standing right in front of me. And it wasn't until just when the speakers were starting to speak that I was like, who's that beautiful girl? You know, like all guys, right? You're a guy, right? Like all guys, this beautiful avatar was standing in front of me. I was like, I wonder who that is. And I said, she looks pretty. And I did a hover over, and it was cataplexy. And I was like, oh my fucking God, it's the actual, that's her, you know? And so I IM'd her and was very polite and said, I'm a journalist and I'm live streaming this. I gave her the link to the stream. And I said, I would love to get your side of the story. And I swear to God, if she'd have said yes, I would have been completely neutral, and I would have let her say her piece. And she was polite enough, and she more or less declined. But I'm still open-minded. If she's listening now on the Twitch stream or whatever, I'm still open to hearing your side of the story, Cataplexia. I think that it's important to get all sides of this. But yes, the Kauai speech was. I'm still hoping that we can get her on the show at some point today and hear her story in person.
Right now, because over at Zoogens, I believe one of the members, either Illusions, CV, Jazzy, Kawhi, or Luna, or Liam, are probably DJing. I just got a teleport invite to there. You're welcome to come with me when I do go.
Yeah, me too. I got it hanging on my screen there. I didn't exit out. I got it left there. All right. So, so you protested. You came. You protested. You have your protest sign on still. It's still going on. I'm probably going to go back and listen to some more of the entertainment. What is next? What happens next? Now, you've already said, that you don't anticipate another protest on AviWorlds, but does that mean it's settled? Is that it? You just wanted to say your piece and have it settled, or
what I think the protest was about was simply so these people could speak their mind on their treatment on this grid. And I think since they were able to do that, I don't foresee them continuing on with it because they were heard.
And you don't see her having I guess a change of heart or whatever, and sitting down with the protesters and talking this out. Like,
oh God,
what?
no! This is cataplexia we are talking about here. She will never sit down with the protesters and have a peaceful conversation. When it comes to cataplexia, she's right all the time. And I don't mean to talk ill of her because, again, I don't like talking ill of anyone in general, but I know her character. I've been around her character for a while. I've been a member of AMV Grid, and I tend to stay very clear of cataplexia. There's a lot of people on the AMV Grid, I don't know if she does this or not, but they refer to her as cataplexia destroyer. So
Okay, so
yeah, she has a history.
So, and this is kind of stepping back a little bit, but I did have one question I wanted to ask any protester, and I guess you kind of spoke to it a little bit when you said you emphasized the peaceful nature of the protest, but let me just ask the question point blank, and it was a question that occurred to me before I even traveled to the protest when I was preparing for the protest. I wanted to ask somebody this question. Why protest in AviWorlds, which is the solution to this problem? It's where a lot of refugees, I guess, if you will, from the AMV grid are coming to you guys for refuge. Why protest there? Why not take it to the heart of the matter? Why not protest on the AMV grid?
Okay, so with this, and we actually did think about this. I spoke to the organizers, and we felt it was best to do it in AviWorlds because of the fact that us admins and the owners, or I should say owner, do not have restrictions on what you can do. Had we gone to Ultimate Metaverse, the instant that we landed on that grid, cataplexia would have banned all of our avatars from accessing. So it would have been a safe.
And the journalists too,
Right.
no doubt. And the journalists too, no doubt, would have got tossed out.
Yeah, anyone who showed up for it would have been banned immediately. That's how she works. And then she'd play it off later on saying that she didn't do it, that somebody else did.
Okay, so that I did want to get that question out because it occurred to me, like I said before I even came here, I was like, I wonder why they're doing it there and not,
Right, we
on
did it
that
there
grid.
simply so that way their voices could be heard. Because if we had gone to Ultimate Metaverse again, we would have been banned right away, and the protest would have been right there. So we didn't want that to happen. We wanted it so that way these people could be heard. And AviWorlds has no restrictions on what your avatar can do. You can go and take your Avi avatar and go work on, say, Ultimate Metaverse. We don't care. We don't care that you're over there working with your avatar. We don't care if you're advertising in your groups about you being on, say, I don't know, Discovery Grid, or like that you're working there. If you want to announce that in your groups on AviWorlds, by all means, feel free to do so.
What are
It is
your What are your thoughts on the fact that your protest today was a big enough deal to actually draw a journalist, draw a broadcaster?
I mean, I'm pretty excited, but a lot of people actually were hitting me up prior to that. I woke up this morning and once I first logged in, I had 101 messages, and most of them were asking about who is this person that's going to be streaming this? Do you know him? We saw it on Hypergrid Business, like that someone's going to be there live streaming it. What do you think about this? So I had a lot of questions I had to deal with this morning, and we expected it. We didn't know if you were actually going to show, but we were glad that you did.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's great to hear. Thank you guys so much. I did put a lot of work for me here where I am in Mexico. I had to get up pretty early and I started
Okay, we're in
early.
Mexico too.
I wanted to work on my sound, make sure the sound was good. And I even got to the event early, kind of walked around the venue, the open square there. I love how you guys, I just want to give you a pat on the back. I love the props. Like one of the things I was pointing out to my viewers as I was walking around the venue before the whole thing even got rolling was, you had the media truck there with the NPC journalist. You had the NPC cop and the police cruiser in the background with the lights, the blues going. And I was like, damn, this is like, it's fucking so
That was
cool.
actually all done by the Gasworks team. So really, I cannot take credit for all of those props. That was done by Gasworks and their staff.
Well, it's so cool because I mean, you really felt like right away, the minute I landed on the grid, I felt like I was at a protest. I saw all the signs and I knew to expect those from the article in Hypergrid Business. But then to see the extra props set up, I really got to, I've been to a lot of protests in my real life. I've been protesting for probably 4 decades. I started protesting in the streets during the anti-apartheid movement, actually in the 80s. So I've got a lot of experience in real protest, and I'm fascinated by the fact that the metaverse now has become so real. It's become such a reality for people that they feel compelled to hit the streets, to get out and protest issues in this reality that have visceral meaning for them, visceral, impact on their lives. And I find all of that very, very fascinating as a person who's very in love with the metaverse and various platforms you can see on my Twitch page below. I work with a lot of VR and a lot of augmented reality metaverses, and I'm fascinated by all of it. And I'm just fascinated by today's protest. I'm fascinated by the fact that people would consider protest as a solution to issues in this reality. So I think that's amazing, and I think it speaks to the importance and the I keep using the word, but I don't know any other word to use, the realness of these realities that people feel compelled that they have to protest issues in this reality because they live a significant part of their life in this reality. Do you have any thoughts on that? Do you have anything you'd like to say on that topic?
Well, I don't. I agree. I don't think that people should have to protest in this life. This is the life that they can escape to from reality. Um, so in order, so to be able to come here and have to deal with someone taking away your escape from you is vile in my sense. It's like you don't come here to have to go through the same things that you have to go through in everyday life in your real life. You come to the VR to escape that and be who you want to be.
Wow, that was very well put, man. Yeah, because I mean, if any place should be free, right? If the basic freedoms that we all cherish in real life, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of property, like my property here. If any place should have those freedoms, it should be virtual reality, right? I mean, this should be like you said, the last place you should have to protest tyranny is in VR, right?
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much, man, for coming by. Is there anything that you wanted to talk about or anything? Oh, well, I know. Let's do this. Just like Josh did, talk about AviWorlds and what sort of benefits people could benefit from if they decided to go get an account at AviWorlds, and also give a URL where people can go do that. Give a plug, dude. Give a plug.
All right. So you would need to have a viewer, clearly, like Firestorm or Imprudence or Singularity, whatever your preference is. You go to www.aviworlds.com and you create an account there. You don't have to verify or go to your email to confirm your email or anything like that. As soon as you make your profile, you're able to log in on your viewer. We do have mainland parcels. There are hundreds of them that are available. Just open up your world map, look on it, you'll see little price tags there. Go to one of those parcels. You're born with one Avi dollar, which is only available to you on the mainland areas. Everything else is Globit currency. Um, we have a massive freebie mall, which is going to be redone and turned into 3 regions. Freebie malls area. We have hundreds of different regions that you can explore. There's plenty of open water sims where you can go sailing, diving for treasures, explore remote islands. There are places like Gasworks where you can just go and enjoy entertainment. There's all kinds of things that you can do. We even got Area 51. Um, oh, and you'll find Wilson from Castaway right at the Welcome Center. That's pretty cool.
Well, that's awesome. I bet the Area 51 would be of interest to my Eve people. So any of my Eve Online people there, they got a little Area 51 themed place you can go check out.
An entire region that is dedicated to Area 51.
All right, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for giving us an interview. Really, really appreciate it. Any last final thoughts on this protest and all of it? Anything you want to say?
The thing I would like to say is that instead of trying to take away someone's creativity and their ability to explore, just embrace it. Go be you. Find what it is that you enjoy and enjoy it.
That's fantastic. So well said. In general, because I have viewers from all different platforms that watch my show, would you tell somebody what would you say to somebody who's never given OpenSim a try?
I mean, if you've ever played The Sims, this is more of a jacked up version of The Sims. But this is a little bit more different because OpenSim allows you to do anything with it. When I was on Second Life, I had worked for Linear Labs, but I was also a member of the Gorean roleplay regions. I was also a member of the Final Fantasy roleplay regions. You can pretty much do anything that you want on OpenSim. You just have to create it.
Right. You can even have your own world, right? I mean, you can do it right in your computer. Sim on a stick in the old days, right? You could just...
Yeah, you can. That's... God, sim on a stick.
Do you remember that? You remember that from the old days? Yeah, sim on a stick, right? I mean, All right. Well,
Remember,
thank you so much for coming by today. Thank you for giving so much of your time, being so generous with me. I really appreciate it. I know my viewers appreciate it. Just to let you know and let everybody know, I'm gonna be working all night tonight. I'm gonna edit this stream up, and I'm gonna put it on YouTube, and then I'll make sure you get a link and Josh gets a link, and everybody follow me on Twitter. My Twitter link is right below the Twitch stream. You can see the little Twitter birdie and the YouTube channel as well, and we'll make sure to put this whole entire thing. I think it's especially important because, as you said, it's a one-off kind of deal. You guys kind of, you feel like you got victory, right? I mean, you feel like you got what you wanted out of this protest. So we'll go ahead
yeah, I think they were. I think that the protest was heard, and again, if there are to be future protests, AviWorlds would gladly host them. Whoever wants to do it on the regions are glad to do so. We're not going to stop you.
so we'll amplify that. Then we'll help to increase that victory by archiving this on YouTube and by spreading the link all over the place. So we'll get that to you and everything. Thank you so much. I'm wondering now, I want to buzz over to Jazzy to try to take this teleport. Do you think you can give me a little intro or whatever? Give her a little, hey, he's cool. Talk to him.
About Lucius?
Well, I was gonna take that teleport that you got. We both got it from Jazzy Darkchild. We got a teleport invite. I've got it still hanging on my screen here. I was gonna go over
Yeah.
there, and maybe you could, if you could, maybe just give her a word. Say, hey, it's cool. He's a cool cat, man. Talk to him.
Well, you don't really have to do that because Lucian's is okay. So I own Gay Nation region on AviWorlds, which I'm building, but Zusians is also a LGBT safe space area, but it allows anyone to go to it. So they welcome everybody. You don't have to worry about whether you're going to be a good guy or not.
Very cool. Well,
You're
just
welcomed either way.
hopefully Jazzy is watching on the stream too. So I'm gonna buzz over there, see if I can catch. Is it I need my pronoun. Who is Jazzy? A he? A her?
Jazzy is a she.
She. Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure I get my pronouns appropriate. All right. So, and then I'm going to try to get, I'm still really interested in getting Kauai. So I think I'll head over there to see Jazzy and then back to the protest. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for giving me time. I hope we can talk again, man. It's been very interesting. Maybe we do talk shows where we sit down on a couch and just talk about issues and things to do with the metaverse. Perhaps sometime you'd be willing to come on the show again.
Possibly. I mean, I am a rather busy individual. Like, I've already neglected all my duties today due to this protest, but it's fine. But I'm sure that we can make it work, and thank you for having me.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. Everybody, I want to get your name right. Let me do a hover over here. So you are Pride in this world too. So this is Pride, guys. Pride Vice. He's in the Twitch chat, but he's also Pride Vice in this world. He is an admin for the AviWorlds Grid, which is the world where the protest took place today. We thank you so much for your time, man. Thank you for coming by. Very generous.
You're welcome. You have a good day.
You too, man. All right. So I want to thank everybody, first of all, who tuned in today. Thank you so much for watching my stream. There was more than a few technical difficulties that we had to work our way through, and I appreciate you guys hanging tough with me. It's been a long stream. I started at it's 3:17 p.m. for me in the Central America time zone. I'm in Mexico, and I started at around 10:15. So about 6 hours that I've been broadcasting live. We'll just recap. We've been broadcasting a protest. We did a live from the protest itself. I'll bring it up real quick here. Just give me a second. There we go. My browser is borked. So there you go. OpenSim performers protesting fan group restrictions on the alternate Metaverse grid. We saw today the owner of the alternate Metaverse grid. She was at the protest. She was actually standing right in front of me, and I didn't realize it for a minute. But she was right in front of me in the protest area, and so yeah, and we heard from Pride, who's not only is he an admin for the AviWorlds Grid where the protest took place, but he's a protester, and he feels that it was a success, that it's a victory, right? Because their goal was to simply demonstrate and be heard and get their message out. I hope he's very excited about us streaming it. I think that hopefully we helped to get their stories out there. Hopefully we can continue to help by archiving this on YouTube and linking everybody to it to continue to amplify what they had to say today, their message, their protest. I think Pride especially did a really good job of breaking down how the protesters felt and what they wanted to accomplish and um, what they're protesting against. You know, it's not something that they feel is going to be resolved. Oh, I got somebody in my car. Somebody here on the grid with me? Kashi, right on. Come over here. Let's talk, man. Let's chat. So, come on over here. Where are you? I can't see you. Thank you. Come over here and give me an interview. Oh, there we go. I see you. Woohoo! All right, Kashi from my own home grid, Fire and Ice Grid. I saw you at the protest, my friend, and I saw you protesting. I think if I'm not mistaken, maybe we even heard you speak. Did we not?
No, I didn't speak. I just was at the protest because I was interested.
Okay, well, so thank you for giving me a little bit of your time. I'm Malcor Rex. It's great to meet you. I'm a new resident here at the Fire and Ice Grid. Sarah, the owner, was kind enough to sponsor this show. The name of the show is Glitch in the Matrix, and
Cool. I know Sarah. She's great.
Yeah, she's sponsoring the show by giving us this region to host the show on. So thank you so much for coming by. I feel like you're like a fellow citizen of my country, my world. You know. So
likewise.
uh,
But I'm not here for an interview. I was watching you and having trouble to get to Gasburg. But I was thinking maybe a landmark will help you get there. So that's the reason why I dropped by.
well, if you would can you just tell us really briefly why were you there? Why were you there at the protest, and how do you feel about the issues and whatnot that were brought forth at the protest?
I was just interested in what was going on. I heard some talks before, so just for interested to know what's going on.
And what are your thoughts now that you've been there? You've heard the interviews. You were at the protest. Did you hear any of the speakers? Did you hear any of the people talk on the stage?
Yes, of course. Yeah, if all is true, what people are telling, that's indeed an abuse of power. Because as a grid owner, you have certain responsibilities towards your citizens. Yeah,
Well said. Well said. Thank you so much. Well, I found the entire thing fascinating from, as I spoke earlier, from the philosophical aspects of the fact that people even feel compelled to protest in this reality, this virtual reality that we find ourselves living so much of our lives in. You know, I mean, there's some of us who are deeply immersed in various platforms of the metaverse, and so it's
Especially now, in these odd times.
yeah, right. I mean, right, and we didn't even talk about that today, but right. I mean, so many people are coming into a love of and a life in the metaverse because of the horrible times that COVID has brought down on us. So it,
Indeed.
yeah, and so people feel invested in this reality. They feel like there's something worth protesting, and to me, that's fascinating from strictly from a sociological point of view and a philosophical point of view. As a person who's a great believer in virtual reality, it's fascinating to me that people feel that vested in it that they literally, when they feel abused, literally will hit the streets with signs and make themselves heard. Do you have any thoughts on that? How do you? Isn't that incredible? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's good that when there is abuse of power, that people, let them hear of, will organize something like, this evening. It was in my evening. I live in the Netherlands, so English is also not my native. I'm not a native speaker.
That's
So
that's incredible. So here you
anyway,
guys, I just want to point this out. I'm standing here on this porch, my porch, with this wonderful gentleman. Okay, and we're in the same
thank you very
reality.
much.
We're in the same reality, right? We're in the same place, and his body is in the Netherlands, and mine is in the mountains of Mexico.
That is very
Now
cool.
how fucking cool is that, man? You know what I mean?
Uh,
That is the
that's virtual
metaverse.
reality.
Yes, that's the
Hmm.
metaverse. And yet I feel like I'm right here on this porch talking to you. I mean, I don't feel any distance at all between us. I feel like we're both like right here in this space. And that's I don't know. I'm 60 years old. I will never get over how amazing that is.
I do live a long time in virtual reality. I think 14, 15 years now. I maintain grids and play a lot in virtual, and I do observe a lot, meet people, talk, and it's nice. So
I hope
I'd like you for your guest before. I forgot his name. The AviWorld admin manager.
Pride. Yeah, Pride Vice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like he said, virtual must be a place, where you can escape reality. For some, reality is not so nice. My reality is very cool, but yeah, some people do escape to virtual reality to be what what they want to be. It's very great. You can be what you want. So
So you along with Pride, both of you seem to be expressing to me a sort of a sadness over this protest because it seems to me you're both expressing the idea that it's discouraging or sad that this is even necessary.
yeah, in a way it is, of course. So because a grid should be a place for people, where they can live without being having fear for what they say or what they do, and the restrictions they that Rogue had. I heard that she wasn't allowed to perform on another grid. So what the fuck? They are not entitled to make those demands from their citizens. That's a very bad thing. And I met the grid owners many times. just passing by, wandering, having a chat, saying hello. So yeah, I personally don't have any bad experience with them. So, but yeah, I do hear a lot, and yeah, I draw my conclusions, of course. So,
Well, as a
but
journalist, as somebody trying to be like sort of what do you call objective, here's my take on
yeah,
this.
I try to be.
Here's
Yeah.
my take on that. Here's my take on that though. Okay, it's like my grandfather used to tell me. All right, if one person says you got a tail, you can laugh at them. Okay, if two or three people tell you you got a tail, you might have to pause and think about it. If 50
I
people,
dig what you mean.
if 50 people tell you that you got a tail, you might have to turn around
Be
at some point
convinced.
and look, right? You got to, you know,
Yeah, yeah.
and so this is the way I look at it. The numbers really, to my mind, it's not just the stories, which were very compelling and very sincere, especially Kashi's, made me cry even. I heard 100% sincerity in there, but the raw numbers of support, um, coming as close as you possibly can to actually crashing a grid, right, with the numbers, that to me really speaks volumes about what's going on here and what the issues are. And I think you probably heard me say, I'm just going to say it yet again, the owner of the grid in question, Cataplexia, was invited personally by me through a direct IM to join me on the show. I would have been happy to hear her side of this story, and she declined. So, um, what more can you do? I mean, I can offer my platform to be a voice of freedom and these people to express their grievances. And I also offered it to the person who is the target of those grievances, and she declined. So that's on her. If she ever changes her mind, and if
Yeah.
Cataplexia, if you're listening right now, you change your mind, I'll even tape an interview. I'll tape an interview and I'll add it to this video on YouTube. Um, I'm not trying to target anyone. No, I didn't hear anybody in today's protest trying to target anyone. What I heard was a whole lot
Okay.
of pain. That's what I heard. I heard a lot of pain.
She missed an opportunity to yeah, to tell her side of the story, of course, and yeah, maybe she will. I'm not sure. I hope so, because yeah, it gives a complete vision of yeah, how things went.
Well, the offer was made.
There are always two sides in a story.
The offer was made. I am a very my audience, my people who are my regular viewers on this stream will tell you I'm a good guy. I try to be a good and honest guy. I call it like I see it. There's no doubt about that. I can be brutal sometimes, but I'm definitely
Sometimes you have to.
honest. I'm definitely honest, and I definitely wanted to today to give her some time, and she declined. So I think that's tragic, especially with so many people feeling so much pain. I think it would have been an opportunity for her to address that pain. I think it should be addressed, and I think Pride said it best that they don't anticipate that it will be. It was interesting to hear, for me as an observer, to hear that they feel that this protest is complete. That they feel it's a victory in the sense that they got what they wanted, and all they expected is to be heard. And they don't expect her to come to the table, so to speak. They don't expect her to sit down with them and hear their grievances out and to negotiate, as anybody would. I mean, you mentioned that you've done grids before. I've done grids before. I've been doing this about 10 years, and I've fielded my own worlds. I've been the boss. I've been the government, as we've been using the
You also
analogy
have a
today.
responsibility, when you are in charge.
Right, and
So, but
go ahead. Go ahead. No,
please.
please go ahead. No, you go ahead. You're the guest.
Yeah, I think citizens are entitled to correct grid owners when they are abusing their power, of course.
Yeah, yeah. And I,
So
I
and they
mean,
did that.
I agree with what Josh said during the interview. I asked him point blank, "What would you do if some group of people protested your government, protested your authority, and stood up to you?" And he said it. He would sit down and talk with those people. He would let them vent. He would stand on the sidelines of the protest and let them vent. And then afterwards, when the emotion had settled down, he would sit down and discuss it with them. And as a former grid owner, a potential future grid owner, that I would absolutely do the same thing. I mean, um,
Yes.
this is a service oriented thing. I mean, I think even more so than a lot of real governments in the
Yeah, but it's
world.
also very private, eh? Your avatar on a grid, all the items you have in your inventory, the contacts you have. Yeah, it's very close to a person, an account on a grid. So yeah, I can imagine that.
Well, it's an
Yeah,
extension. It's an extension of you. We've talked about this on other shows when we get into the metaphysics
I agree.
and the philosophy of the metaverse. And I mean, you just look at it like your mind, your mind. What is your mind? Your mind is in your body, your physical body, but then my mind is also in this body. It's in this avatar. It's animating this avatar. So what does that make this avatar? It makes it an
Part
extension
of you,
of me.
indeed.
And so to have that violated, by the people who are essentially, and we've been using the analogy government, right, all throughout the day in these interviews. But it's actually more than that if you stop to think about it, right? Grid owners are like gods.
Yeah, they can do what they want, of course, and you can make a good toss, of course, where you state what you are entitled of to do in certain cases. I think I think a toss would be very good that describes what a grid owner can do in certain situations, and it also will give trust to citizens when they read the table. How do you call it? What's the pronouncement of it? Let me check.
Well, now, and it was pointed out to me during the protest, okay, and it was pointed out by, I think, even one of the speakers. But there is a point, though, where even a toss is really, I mean, at what point is cataplexia not obligated to simply make her grid private? If that's the
Yes,
way that you're going to behave, if that's the way you're going to govern your grid, then having it be open to the hypergrid is no matter what the toss says, which let's face it, how many people read the fucking toss, right? No matter what your toss says, at some point, aren't you in violation of the basic social contract that governs the hypergrid as a whole? I mean, the idea of openness and the idea of being able to travel, at what point are you obligated to do more than simply put your restrictions in your toss? At what point are your rules obligate you to make the grid private and just pull it off the hypergrid?
yeah. You can decide that as owner, grid owner, indeed, and if citizens are agreeing with it, eh, why not? But if you are connected to the hypergrid, it's open, and citizens in your grid can go to other grids, can DJ, sing, play, whatever. So and you are not entitled to control their behavior, of course, except when they
Yeah,
start grieving
right.
the grids. Yeah,
Griefing, obviously, yeah, griefing. But I mean, there's a social contract here to me that to me that kind of comes to the heart of this whole issue. Is the so because I was in OpenSim, I was involved in OpenSim before the hypergrid even existed. I was there when they released it into OpenSim, and it changed everything, and it was magical.
I know.
It was
I,
incredible.
I, I even witnessed the Lindens with a test setup from Second Life, and they teleported to an OpenSim region that they did set up at it. Yeah, way
Well,
back.
they should do
That
that.
was very awesome.
That's a
That was
whole.
the first hypergrid jump from Second Life to an OpenSim.
Well, that's a whole other show. We could have you on as a guest and do a whole show about what Second Life should do with their world. I have my own grievances with Second Life about mostly about that, the lack of openness. But in general, in OpenSim, the hypergrid sort of hearkened in a new era to the metaverse, and it really brought with it
Indeed.
this social contract of openness to me. That I see it as there's a social contract there of openness that I think is violated in its very principle by these restrictions that Cataplexia has put on the AMV grid, the users there, that can't be remedied by a simple change of the rules. I don't see how you can change the rules to remedy that. Really, the only remedy to me would be to either stop doing it, which would be great, or make your grid private. Pull yourself off the hypergrid and admit that that's what you want. That's the direction you want to take. But to ride the in between like she's doing, and attempting to be, have your cake, so to speak, and eat it too, to me that's the violation. To me, that's the sort of the issue that I'm having with all of this.
Yeah, I agree on that. And if you are a bit smart, you can conclude this policy will, set in the end of your grid. People will move away because, they want to be respected, and also if they want to sing or go to other grids and they don't want to be bothered by a grid owner that says that's not allowed, because
Yeah, I mean that's.
it's a bit kind.
I mean, see,
Strange.
and today it really came home to me too, because getting to hear the performers, see the performers perform, getting to rub elbows with them and everything. These are such wonderful people, and they're creating such wonderful, wonderful content for this metaverse. These people are working hard, and I know they're not
They
getting,
are an addition.
and they're not getting rich off in it. There's no way that they're getting rich off in this. So, the heart that they're putting into providing this live entertainment, this live content, it's just phenomenal, right? It's phenomenal. They should have all the respect and all the help that they can get from their home world, and not instead have roadblocks and impediments put in front of them. Is just it's just terrible. It's just terrible. And I can't believe, because that's just kind of the primary issue, right? Is the rules that they're putting on the performers. I can't believe that many performers are just making this all up. You know what I mean? I saw way too many people there today to believe that this issue is just drama or something that's being made up or hyperbole. I just can't believe it. There's just too many people. I was shocked. I figured maybe 10 or 15 people when I set up to do the stream might be there. I never expected the amount of people I saw today. There's no way all those people are wrong.
No, I don't think so. I met a lady some time ago, and she also told me some events that passed, and that started me to think what is wrong there. So I was just visiting there to support, of course, the goal, because I don't believe grid owners are allowed to misuse power like this. This is not is not correct. But I was curious on what happened. So
How do you see the future? Just as a regular as a metaverse citizen, how do you see the future for AMV Grid? Do you think that they have a bright future or a dark future? I mean, how do you see this going?
I think they have a problem. So
yeah, I think they might. I think they might have a problem too. And I think what really is disturbing to me, and she didn't do it to me. I was waiting for her to do it to me, but the threats that Pride talked about, the threats that he and Josh got today in their IM box from Cataplexia, over the freedom of speech. I was waiting for the threats to come to me. I was waiting. Go ahead and try, man. I'm the press. In all of this, my role today was very clear, and I made it clear to everybody. I'm here as a journalist. You try to shut me down. You go ahead and try to shut me down. I have rights, and I know what my rights are. Those are real world rights. Those aren't even. We're not even talking metaverse shit here. I got a right to stream, whatever the fuck I want to stream.
And people should know what's going on, and yeah, you should hear it from a journalist that has integrity.
Well,
So
I
and
tried.
you
I
viewed both
try.
sides. Yeah, okay, you only viewed one side now because another side was refusing an interview. Maybe that will happen. So, but I think they have to change their ways and policies and give trust to the citizens that they are not being the next victim.
Well, Pride was saying though that he doesn't believe that's going to happen. His description of Cataplexia's character, and he went quite in depth into that. And
Yeah,
I guess he's had a lot of interaction with her, and it seems from Pride's description,
mm,
she's the kind of person who's never going to admit they were wrong, that's a very difficult person to deal with.
you don't of you. It's not good to rule with emotion. You have to take a distance as a grid owner, and yeah, I feel a lot of emotion in this situation. So and yeah, I'm not into
Much,
drama, so
much more, much more than I thought. And I'm not into
mm,
drama either, but I really don't classify what I heard today as drama. I mean, when I'm sitting there shedding tears on my keyboard, that's not drama. That's pain. That's people's pain. And
what we talked about. It is very an avatar is very close. So yeah, if you get banned or rejected or whatever, yeah, it feels very personal, of course. So yeah, I understand people are hurt and that's
and
bad. And that
I think the thing that was
sorry.
disturbing to me, my friend, is how it went beyond the issue. Like the speakers started out and they were talking about the issue, the idea of performers being able to perform on any grid they want to perform in, and then near the end, it started to slide into things like online harassment and even real life harassment, like scary stuff that was when you've got a young girl on a stage and she's in tears and she's, people are literally like gathered around her, like holding on to her so she can have the courage to speak. I mean, that harkens back to protests in real life that I've been to for, rape victims and stuff like that. And I was like, my God, this goes deeper than, I mean, these people need to get a grip. If they're really hurting people out of vengeance and whatnot over business issues, and they're taking it to this extreme where people feel um, truly harmed by your actions, then you've become um, a borderline criminal at that point. I mean, that I just don't even know what to say. I was not expecting any of that. I really wasn't when I went to the protest. And I mean, it's easy to say, okay, well, there's two sides to the story. We need to hear the other side. But what I heard was too sincere to simply dismiss it. It was just too
Yeah,
sincere. It was
I
too
agree
real.
on that. And it was of course difficult to talk because it's a very personal situation. She was talking about. So
Well, it's funny because I was giving cataplexia props at first for being there in the protest, standing there and taking it on the chin and whatnot. But then near the end, especially when I heard Cassie speak, I had to wonder to myself what her motives were. Like, was she there to be sort of hey, a trooper, I'm going to go ahead and take my licks, or was she there to intimidate the speakers? Because I think Cassie especially felt very intimidated by the fact that she was standing right there in the audience. And so I have to
yeah,
wonder.
and everyone was not pushing maybe, but wanted to hear her story, and if she wasn't ready for it. So I felt she wasn't ready for it, and I was glad Abaddon came on and picked it up. So
She actually agreed, totally 100% agreed to come on the show, but we just haven't been able to catch up with her. And I don't think we're going to, but um, we got a good part of her speech on the tape, so to speak, and we'll put that on the YouTube. Um, yeah, thank you so much for your time, man. Thanks for coming by and speaking to me and to my
Yeah,
audience.
you're welcome. I was watching you, and I was thinking now maybe a landmark. You didn't use a landmark until now, so I thought now maybe I drop by, give you a landmark, and you are able to go to guesswork. So
I've got two.
yeah, thanks.
I've got a couple of them. I'm going to try that right now. As soon as you
Okay.
take off. Thank you so much for coming by, man. Do you mind if I
Yeah.
Do you mind if I friend you while I've got you
No, no problem.
here? uh,
Always nice to meet nice people. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, guys. Kishi. I hope I pronounced that right. I probably slaughtered that. I'm going to add him as a friend right now. Coming by. Maybe you'll come on the show again sometime. We do talk shows where we just all sit on the couch, talk about various stuff to do with the metaverse. I'd love to have you on the show again if you're open to it.
If you have a nice topic. Yeah, my English is not so good, a bit rusty because I didn't speak it for a year now.
Dude,
So in the
dude,
past,
I'm from Toronto and I live in Mexico. And let me tell you something. Your English is 1,000% superior to my Spanish. Okay, so
yo
you
hablo un
know.
poquito español. Para el español mío está muy malo.
Yeah, I only got about 3 words of that. See, I suck. I suck at the Spanish things. Here's the,
So I
here's
don't have to
here's
be
the
ashamed.
here's the limit of my Spanish, man. Señor, un pollo, por favor.
Okay,
One
nice.
chicken, because the chickens down here are delicious. That's the only thing you really need to know, right? I need to know how to order a chicken. Anyway, thank you so much, Kashi, for coming by.
You are welcome.
I hope you'll come on the show again. I'm gonna. Right, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and wrap up the stream for today. The name of my show for this particular show on my Twitch channel is called Glitch in the Matrix. I broadcast from several different metaverses. OpenSim is one of them. It's a big one. I also broadcast from Space, which is another metaverse, virtual reality metaverse, and also from VR Chat, which I'm sure you've all heard of. VR Chat, they've been in the news a lot lately. They're getting quite big now. And in the future, Glitch in the Matrix, we're going to explore all kinds of things. We're going to have talk shows where we sit down and discuss the various implications, philosophical, sociological, psychological, of the virtual reality metaverse. And then I'll do in-game streaming where I build stuff like the other day, yesterday actually. I was streaming live from OpenSim as I dropped this very house that I'm standing on right now. And so I'll do like in-game streaming. Will be new player friendly so that if you guys want to know how to build stuff or have questions about what I'm doing, you'll be able to ask. I'm not no expert or anything, but what I know I'll share. So that's the overall idea of Glitch in the Matrix, my metaverse show. I encourage you to become a part of these metaverses. For OpenSim, our show is sponsored by Fire and Ice Grid, who provided me with this wonderful property so I can host my OpenSim shows from here. And so they're a sponsor of this show. You can get yourself a free account at fireandicegrid.net. And for Space, it's also free. You can sign up. And also VR chat is free as well. So you can not only sign up for those metaverses and explore them after you get done watching me explore them, but you can join me. I'm very open to guests stopping by, being part of the stream. So don't be shy. If you want to come visit me in one of these universes and you're watching on the Twitch, just reach out in the Twitch chat. We'll get you an invite, a teleport, a link, and we'll get you here. And you can be a part of the fun. For other things that I do on this channel, the primary thing that I'm streaming probably more than anything else is EVE Online. And you can think of EVE Online, if you're not familiar, as a space metaverse. Because it really is. It's an open sandbox world. And it's got all the sorts of things that you find here in this world.
They use force to make you do what the deciders have decided you must do. They use force to make you do what the deciders have decided you must do. They use force to make you do what the deciders have decided you must do. Come on. Rock! Killing in the name of forces on the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces on the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces on the same that burn crosses. Some of those that work forces on the same that burn crosses. Yeah. Killing in the name of. Killing in the name of. Do what they told you. Do what they told you. Do what they told you. Now you 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 do what they told you. And now you do what they told you. And now you do what they told you.